And a very good morning from the Utilita Bowl, where we are set for a potentially dramatic fourth and final day here in this Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Somerset. The state of play as we head into day 4, which will commence in a few minutes' time, is that Somerset in their second innings, they are 39 for 3. They require another 148 runs to win this game, which means Hampshire will need another 7 wickets for them to win this game. And there is an important partnership that will reconvene from overnight, where James Rue is 58 not out, Tom Abel is 27 not out, and so far they have put on 87 unbroken for the 4th wicket. We are very much looking forward to what unfolds. Your commentary team today is as it was yesterday: influencer, cricket commentator, and there's another word in there that I can't remember what I said yesterday, but anyway, it's Charlie Harden. He's back for a 2nd day running, and back for a 4th day running is myself, Kevin James, and from BBC Somerset and Bristol, it's Anthony Gibson. Anthony, very good morning.
Yeah, morning Kev, morning everyone, on very exciting morning in prospect. Very exciting half day, because we don't know how long it's going to go. Somerset might get bowled out in the first hour. On the other hand, we might still be here in the middle of the afternoon with Somerset needing 10 runs to win with 9 wickets down.
Which would be too much for me, if I'm honest, Anthony.
But yeah, it's beautifully poised, this game. Just about even money, I'd have thought.
Well, that's kind of you to say. I think a few of us, maybe I suppose it depends on which team you're supporting, would say that maybe Somerset, as I think they did at the start of their second innings, where they needed 287 to win, probably had them just slight favourites. So they were, at one stage, 52 for 3, with a quick 3-wicket burst from Sonny Baker, spread over half an hour. Archie Vaughan, Josh Thomas and Tom Lammonby succumbing. But after that, it's really been the James Rue and Tom Abel show. And Somerset, of course, will be hoping that that continues this morning. The 2 umpires, Nigel Long and James Middlebrook, are just about to make their way onto the field of play. It's bright and sunny, as it has been for just about throughout this match, so we will not get any interruptions. I have to say, from a personal point of view, that it's a morning session where if either one of these sides has a good session, then it will set them up after lunch to go on and win this game. I think if we get an even session here, Anthony, anything can happen after lunch. Yeah,
absolutely. It's I mean, Somerset are well placed at the moment, but a couple of wickets, things would look very different. Yeah. And I've no doubt that Hampshire will come out with great determination and really put everything into it in the first hour or so. Well, especially in the first hour, because they'll be hoping to break this partnership sooner rather than later.
That's right, they've already put on just over 100, these two, in the first innings. From a Hampshire point of view, I do feel that they need a minimum of 3 wickets this session if they are to give themselves a chance and keep them in this game. I think less than 3, then they might be struggling a little bit. And even if it's 3, still touch and go. But 2 hours play up until lunch. They are set times today, being the last day, so 1 o'clock, and if we get that far, 20 to 4, but I think it would be a bit far-fetched either way to think that this game's going anywhere near tea. We shall wait and see. 39 overs have been bowled with this ball in the second innings, so it is starting to get a little soft, which is not helping because there's not a great amount of pace in this pitch. You have to work very hard to get it through to the keeper, but one man who seems to get it through a little quicker than the others is a certain Sonny Baker, and it looks like he is going to bowl the first over of the morning.
Yes, it's going to be very interesting. A lot of pressure on young Sonny Baker, but I think it's a good move, particularly to bowl him at James Rue, and I suspect we'll see some short stuff. Because if, as I was saying last night, if Rue has got a weakness, it is against the short ball. And well, we've got the deep backward square leg and the long leg for Tom Abel, but I'd be surprised if Tom Abel takes him on.
So, various ways you can pick us up throughout the day on the Hampshire Cricket website, the live picture feed, which is going through to the Somerset Cricket website. You can also pick us up on the BBC Sport website and app. We're also on Sports Extra 2 all day, and of course around the ground on the in-ground commentary system. Do you want to do the first over, Anthony, as your special guest?
Here he comes then, Sonny Baker in from the hotel end. He's bowling to Tom Abel, and that's a full pitch delivery, which is met by a broad Tom Abel bat and played out into the offside. Small but select crowd here today. I suspect quite a significant proportion of them will be Somerset supporters. Either those who've made the trip up from Somerset, or what one of our listeners described as the Somerset diaspora, which I thought was rather a good way of putting it. In other words, Somerset people who are now living in this part of the world.
I'm glad you explained that, because I didn't know what that word meant.
Here's Baker in and bowls, and they think about a single, but it's not there, as that goes into the covers. It's usually used, the diaspora, it's the spreading of Jewish people around the world.
Okay.
But it can be applied to any ethnic group. I'm not sure we can quite describe Somerset people as an ethnic group, but...
They've got their own flag, Somerset?
Oh yeah, we got our own flag.
Oh, you have?
Featuring the dragon. Red dragon on a yellow background. It's Somerset Day, in fact, on May the 11th. Baker in and bowls and turned into the onside. He's working up good pace, is Sonny Baker. I do like the way he walks back so briskly, as if he means business. You know, shows real intent.
I agree. There's not a lot to not like about Sonny Baker. Great interviewee. And yeah, his bowls a little quicker than most, which makes him exciting to watch.
It was his decision, basically, to come to Hampshire, wasn't it?
So I understand, yes.
Yeah. Wasn't a question of Somerset letting him go. Here's Baker into Abel, who again plays a solid-looking defensive shot. So far, Baker offering absolutely nothing to Tom Abel. These two have added 87 so far, which means that the partnerships, 25 partnerships they've had, these two, in county championship cricket so far, and they average 76.72 as things stand. So they do bat very, very well together. Baker to Abel outside the off stump, and Abel might have been tempted to have a drive at that, but decided against it. We've just got the one slip, so Hampshire sort of hedging their bets at the moment. Can't afford to give easy runs away. One slip, we've got catching short mid-wicket, two saving, one on the offside, two saving, one on the onside, and three men out. So deep backward point, long leg, quite square, and a deep backward square leg. Baker in bowls, and Abel plays that as if it bounced rather more than he was expecting, but he managed to keep it down into the onside, and that's the first over of the morning, and it was a maiden. Good over from Sonny Baker, and no change to the score. Somerset remain on 139 for 3.
Yeah, accurate start. Again, emphasising this control that Sonny Baker has added to his repertoire since we saw him last season, and he's continued it game by game. Third game in a row, first time he's ever completed 3 championship games or 3 first-class games in a row. Still developing, but he seems to have made a big stride over the last 6 months. That pace and that control is a very exciting prospect indeed. The only thing that's a bit of a negative is that this pitch is quite slow. So whilst he's getting the ball through at a fair rate of knots, when the ball hits the deck, it's not quite fizzing off, which is something fast bowlers need, really, just to give them that extra edge. But he's still generating some decent pace. 139 for 3 then, so it is still 148 runs needed. Dave Allen with the first email of the day. I'll come to that in a moment, as but Abbott's round the wicket to Rue, leaves that one alone outside of the off stump. Now Dave Allen, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, says he fancies a tie in this game. It's a little bit early to be talking about ties, but it's possible. He says, I don't know about Somerset, but we've had 4 in total. Back in 1947, Lancashire at Bournemouth, 50 Kent, 1950, Kent at Southampton, the old ground of course, 1955, Sussex at Eastbourne, and 1967, Middlesex at Portsmouth. So there hasn't been a tie that Hampshire have been involved with for about, what, 60 odd years, I think I make that. Just under 60 years. That's, again, outside the off stump.
Somerset have had one quite recently.
Against?
Lancashire.
Ooh.
When they only needed 88 to win in the 4th innings and were bowled out for 87.
Huh. What a game that must have been then.
It was. It was a tie that felt like a loss, though.
Yeah, I bet. Abbott coming in again. He's got a slip and a gully for Rue. Rue lifts that one alone outside of the off stump. And Alex Trott with the second email of the day. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. What do we think the chances of the day are in what could happen? I would love a Hampshire win, but know that Abel and Rue are very capable batters. Where do you think the wickets will come from today? Well, at the moment, I would say Abbott and Baker for a start. I'd be a little disappointed if one of these two can't pick up one early. Probably not as disappointed as the players themselves. That's pushed out to extra cover. But
Liam Dawson, I think, is going to have a part to play.
I think you're right. He got a little frustrated last night, didn't he?
Got a bit of a telling off, didn't he?
Yes, it looked like, yeah, from the umpires. Well, they went to Ben Brown, didn't they? And obviously had a word about that. Whether they've taken that any further, I know not at this stage. Just kick the ball away a bit.
So, yeah, I mean, just a little bit of
keep him in line, please, Mr. Brown. Yeah, he kicked the ball away and it sort of deflected and they ran a single, which made it worse. So it keeps a little low. Roos stabs down on that one, works it to mid-wicket. Still no runs yet on day 4, and we've had, what, 11 balls so far.
Good tight bowling.
It is, and it will need to be.
Well, I think that was the secret of Somerset's success yesterday, particularly in the afternoon session, when they bowled very, very accurately. Didn't give the batsmen too much in the way of easy runs, and forced them to do things that maybe they wouldn't otherwise have done, making mistakes.
Abbott past the umpire. Rue again leaves that one alone, and again the ball dies on Ben Brown. Takes it well in the end, but so many times he's taken balls where it's bounced for a second time just in front of him. Maiden over, 2 maidens to start off day 4.
Yeah, I think it's important that these two batsmen do take the bowlers on, don't just allow themselves to be bowled at. I mean, it's fair enough to make a cautious start with so much on the line, but bowlers like batsmen who are not looking to counter-attack. Sonny Baker going to bowl his second over of the morning. It's a beautiful morning. Just a few high clouds, but sunshine all the way. Pity there aren't a few more people here to enjoy the sunshine and enjoy the cricket as Baker is in and bowls. And that's the first run of the morning as Tom Abel opens the face and runs it down to deep backward point and moves on to 28, 140 for 3. Just a little bit of width there from Sonny Baker. He's going to go around the wicket to James Rue. Alfie Ogborn was very effective going around the wicket to the left-handers, bowling a tight line. And I think this is what Sonny Baker's going to try and do, not offer James Rew any width. He's in and bowls, and Rew seems to have plenty of time to play that out into the offside. We've got a slip and a gully for James Rew for the shot that he played and got out to in the first innings. Just a slightly loose drive outside the off stump. He's so far scored 378 runs in his first class season, James Rew. As Baker is in, bowls and beats him. That's the first time the ball's gone past the bat this morning. And good piece of bowling, and Rew responds by going down and giving the pitch a bit of a prod, as if to suggest that one did go off the seam. 41, we're in the 42nd over.
Yep.
So a long way to go before the new ball. But it could be that the new ball is taken with not many runs needed and potentially quite a few wickets down. It could be the decisive phase. This is turned away into the onside. Sonny Baker just straying too much onto leg stump there, and James Rew will pick up a single, so he's off the mark this morning. Moves on to 59, 141 for 3.
Now I have some news from Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are taking on Essex. Now Essex resumed their second innings on 11 without loss this morning. They have lost 3 wickets, and all 3 of those wickets have been taken by a former Hampshire bowler, left arm seamer, Keith Barker.
Oh, Keith Barker, yes, what a fine cricketer he is.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's Baker into Abel, long way outside the off stump, and Abel not tempted to have a go at that.
Yes, made the move back at the end.
He's getting on now, isn't he?
Yeah.
Keith Barker, was he 38, something like that?
I'll check that in a minute. But yeah, made the move back at the end of last season. He's already this morning picked up Sam Cook, who opened the batting, clearly was batting as a night watchman. There used to be a Cook who opened the batting for Essex, but it certainly isn't so.
39. He's
39. Anyway. So he's picked up Cook, he's picked up Dean Elgar, and also Charlie Allison, the really talented young batter.
Baker to Abel outside the off stump, brings that one back into Abel, and good leave from Tom Abel. Hands on heads from Baker and slip, but fairly well wide of off stump. So 2 runs off that over, 141 for 3 at the end of it, 28 to Tom Abel and 59 to James Rew.
Yeah, so Warwickshire have made the kind of start that Hampshire would have dreamed about overnight, coming to the ground here this morning. So Essex, having resumed on 11 without loss, now find themselves 17 for 3 in their second innings. They need from here 189, but they now only have 7 wickets remaining, whereas 13 minutes ago they had all 10.
Dramatic stuff.
It is, isn't it? Clearly they're taking all Hampshire's wickets up there. Could spare them out down here, would be nice. Abbott works, or Rew works Abbott up to mid-on. It would be nice if one of those could have come down this way. Sun just disappears again, behind one of the very few clouds that we have above us. Won't be long before it comes back out. Free week for both these sides coming up after this game. Anthony's going to the Isle of Wight on Thursday.
Yep.
With plenty of suggestions over the first 2 days of what to do. He was looking for a relaxing time. Now he's going to go here, there and everywhere. As Rew edges through to Brown, is it not carried? It hasn't carried. Oh, I got excited there for a minute. He looked behind him as well.
Yeah, he's certainly got an edge.
Oh, there's another one of those balls that just
Well,
die.
credit the batsman, playing it with soft hands. He didn't go hard at the ball. And again, it's testimony to the slowness of this pitch. But yes, heart in mouth time.
Root on 59 has added 1 to his overnight total.
Good stuff this from Hampshire.
It is, isn't it? At the very least they're keeping it tight, and that's all you can do. If you're not taking a wicket, Root this time leaves that one alone. Well, he edged Abbott in the first innings, did Rue, to Albert in the slips.
I like the fielding positions as well. They really are saving one, the fielders. You know, they're sort of closing in on the batsman, putting the pressure on.
That's right. There's nobody out deep, is there, for the short ball? That seems to be, certainly for Kyle Abbott, that seems to be a no-no.
Yeah, he's not really quick enough on this.
No, not on
this
surface.
deck, is he?
Just the 2 runs added this morning in the 15 minutes of play so far. Still Somerset have 7 second innings wickets intact as Abbott comes in. To Rue edges through, and he has carried this time. It's just carried through to Ben Brown, and the Hampshire players celebrate. Rue goes for 59, and it's 141 for 4. That's the wicket they wanted.
Yeah, big wicket. Very disappointing for Somerset and James Rue, but a good piece of bowling by Kyle Abbott, who has done the business so often against Somerset. And perfect start for Hampshire this morning. Only 2 runs have been added, and already Somerset's #1 batsman is walking sadly back towards the pavilion. And having broken this partnership, then Hampshire have made a big step towards winning this game, because Will Smead in next hasn't looked at all convincing in his 2 innings in county championship cricket so far, and then Hampshire will be into the all-rounders. So disappointing for James Rue and Somerset, but well bowled Kyle Abbott.
Yeah, well, it's a blow for Somerset but certainly no means any more than that. Just a little setback, but one that will just give Hampshire supporters, and more importantly the players, a little bit more belief that they can come out of this game with a victory. But as Nick Gubbins said to me last night, there's a long way to go on day 4 before we know a result either way. So that partnership was ended at 89 for the 4th wicket, 87 overnight, and just the start that Hampshire would have wanted. Those of you that are just joining us after 16 minutes of play, Kyle Abbott making the breakthrough. James Rue had edged one just 2 balls earlier through to Ben Brown that didn't carry, and a couple of balls later he edged another, and it just about carried through to Ben Brown. Good scoop from Ben Brown to get underneath the ball there. That wouldn't have been easy, but it was important that he held on to it, and he did. So 59 to James Rue to go with the first innings knock of 86 he made. So he's had a good game nevertheless. Right, Abbott is into Will Smead, the right-hander. Smead is forward.
I hope Will Smead tries to play his natural game and doesn't go completely into his shell. His 2 previous innings in the championship, he's taken 23 balls to get off the mark, and it's been quite painful to watch. He won't want to be seen to be giving it away, but equally there's a lot to be said for playing your natural game.
Out hook into Cody Youssef in the first innings for 9. Down at fine leg, which position that Eddie Jack currently has. That's turned away to Jack, so he's off the mark. He's off the inside half of the bat a little bit. Kyle Abbott still got his hands on his head. I think that just nipped back a fraction. So there we go. The Hampshire fans, such as they are out there on the ground, have been buoyed by that wicket this morning. 142 for 4.
And Will Smead will feel better for that single. Won't have to wait anything like as long to get off the mark as he has had to do in his 2 previous innings. 2 right-handers at the crease now. 2 sons of Somerset, both of them come up through the Somerset pathway. Will Smeed first played for Somerset age groups at the age of 10, and all through his teenage years he was the one who was regarded as the brightest prospect. And well, he's certainly done it in 20 over cricket, but not yet in red ball cricket. Today, tremendous opportunity. Sonny Baker in and bowls to him, and he's stroking this away into the offside, and there will be just the single. Good stop in the covers, but Smeed moves on to 243 for 4.
There's Gubbins again, flat out. He was like that last night, wasn't he? Diving left, diving right, saved quite a few runs, and he's out there again doing the same.
It's up to Tom Abel now, ready to take charge, to anchor this run chase. He's the most skillful and experienced of the remaining Somerset batsmen. That's a short ball from Sonny Baker, and as I expected, Tom Abel ducks out of the way of it. He does have a deep square leg waiting for the top-edged pull shot, and a long leg.
Essex are having a torrid time of it this morning against Warwickshire, having lost 3 quick wickets, all to Keith Barker. Ethan Bamber has picked up a 4th Essex wicket. They're 21 for 4 in their second innings, still need another 185 to beat Warwickshire at Edgbaston.
Here's Baker. He's in bowls to Abel, who cuts down to third man for a single. 144 for 4. Abel on to 29. Again, a little bit of width there from Sonny Baker. Got a slip and a gully for Will Smeed. Still those 2 men out on the hook or the pull. Baker, familiar hop, skip and a jump. This is a mistimed drive from Will Smeed, but looked a little bit more confident there as he came right forward to that. It would be the perfect occasion for Will Smeed to play his first significant innings. And here's Baker again, speeding in, bowls, and a run here. Shot. Probably 4 runs. That was well timed by Will Smeed. Just used the pace on the ball, didn't try and hit it too hard, steered it away really through the covers. Wide this time of Nick Gubbins, and that's the first boundary of the morning. 148 for 4.
Just used the pace of Sonny Baker, didn't he, to hit that one? That was a lovely shot. Classic cover drive without really putting much effort into it.
Well, both batsmen have now hit 1 boundary, because Tom Abel has only hit 1-4 in the 82 balls that he's received. He's been very, very watchful. Baker in bowls, and Smeed runs this down to fine leg for another run. Moves on to 7. It's 149 for 4, and Charlie Harden will come in after some words from Kevin James.
Darren Mail has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. He says, morning, it's like Saturday morning again. Somerset going slow and losing a wicket. Hopefully they will fall again in a cluster. Well, that I'm sure that mirrors every Hampshire fan's wishes. But as Nick Gubbins said last night, there is a long way to go on day 4. Charlie Harden.
Good morning, Kevin. It's lovely to be up here as well. Good morning to everyone listening in. It's been an almost idyllic start for Hampshire, taking the huge wicket of James Rew for 59, and now they've got a chance to put some more pressure on.
Abbott in from the pavilion end. Length ball to Smeed. Pushes that out to extra cover. Now this is another interesting email. We've had a few. From Martin Phillips, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Earlier, Anthony Gibson, who comes with a lot of fancy words, and he does it deliberately when Hampshire are in town, or when Somerset are in town, as the case is here, because he knows that most of the words he uses I've never ever heard before in my life. And he likes the gap in our English between the two. He revels in it. Here comes Kyle Abbott. And Smeed hits it off the back foot. Lovely shot in. And that's going for 4. 150 up for Somerset. 153 for 4 now. So Martin Phillips writes, I know Kevin had not come across the word dyspora. I blame his English teacher, which would have been me, at Edmonton School back in 1976. Martin, thank you very much. That makes the situation even worse. I'm not sure what it says about me or Martin, really. But anyway, yeah, Edmonton County High School was my school. Off the Great Cambridge Road there, A10, coming into Edmonton. Nice to hear from you as that's pushed away. Not quite as hard this time, but again, it's gone into that cover point area, and that's a single, 155 for 4.
How did you say it again? Diaspora.
Diaspora.
Yeah, I believe it's diaspora.
Oh, diaspora. See, I can't even say it. Diaspora, thank you. See, you're a very well-educated man as well. I'm surrounded by educated people, which is making it even worse.
Well, I had the pleasure of reading out the email yesterday, and it did take me a few times just to sort of mull over how I was going to go about and say it. But Will Smeed looks good. He's timed a really nice little punch through the covers in the last over.
Yeah. That's a great email. I love that one. Thank you, Martin. Right, here's Abbott. And that's a thick outside edge, but there's more runs, and it's running down to third man, and it's going to be 4 more. This is a little bit of an expensive over, something that Hampshire can't afford too many of. It's already gone for 9, and Somerset move on to 158 for 4, and now they need just 129.
Yeah, this is the tricky dilemma here for Hampshire. They've built some pressure really well this morning. They've held up ends from both the pavilion and the hotel end. Baker and Abbott bowling well in tandem, but as runs begin to leak, just 129 now needed for Somerset, you then start to think about how aggressive can Hampshire be with their field placements, how defensive might they become.
Just the one slip here. Smeed plays defensively out on the onside. So just to repeat, after 15 minutes of play this morning, James Rue edging the bowler we're watching now, Kyle Abbott, through to Ben Brown. He just about carried, and he was gone for 59, adding just 1 to his overnight total. 89-run partnership between himself and Tom Abel, who's still out there on 33. The pair put on 101 together in the first innings. Clearly like batting with each other, and as Anthony's stats proved earlier, they do well together as well. Another good length ball which Abel prods out on the offside. End of the over. Abbott now has 12 overs, 1 for 30.
I wonder if the James Rue-Tom Abel partnership is better. We'll come to see in time than the Rue-Rue partnership may become in time. Maybe their chemistry is on another level.
Rue and Rue.
Rue-Rue. Yep, so Sonny Baker going to continue from the hotel end. He's looked strong, building on his spell from yesterday evening, where he took all 3 Somerset wickets before the close of play. They finished on 139 for 3. They now sit 158 for 4. And Sonny Baker setting a little bit of a field for that short delivery with a catching mid-wicket, a forward square leg, and then 2 men deep on the boundary in classical short ball fashion of deep square leg. Fine leg, just the 1 slip in. Here he comes then, running in from the hotel end past the umpire. Right arm over and dabbed into the offside for no run. I do enjoy commentating on Sonny Baker. I feel like if I had the choice of at which end to choose, he's the kind of bowler which I feel like something can happen.
Well, unlike Kyle Abbott, who's taken 492 3 wickets for Hampshire.
I just like that Sonny Baker's slightly more erratic, slightly. You know, you don't know what to expect. I can expect a good length ball which has potential to take the wicket from Kyle Abbott. I don't know what's coming out from Sonny Baker as he hops at the top of his run and runs in with energy. Bowls short and defended by Smeed, who's looking to get his first-class career underway. He got a 39 against Chelmsford, and it was 9 in the first innings here, about 36 deliveries. Struggled to get going, but he 12 for 11. Looks like he's brought maybe a little bit of his white ball form into the red ball here.
Yeah, he has the potential to get a big total, and Somerset will want that to be today. But yeah, this is still a promising partnership, these two. Still Craig Overton to come, still lots of work to do.
Baker in bowls and defending by Smead towards cover. The kind of batter who could almost half this chase in a matter of moments. And Hampshire might find that if Will Smead gets going, almost as if the game will start to run away from them.
I remember him in the T20 final last year at Edgbaston. Scored quick runs. Devastating he was. Devastating. You notice Anthony Gibson sort of perk up there when I mentioned the T20 final last year?
Yeah, I saw his grin. He was very happy about that. We'll see how his mood changes perhaps throughout the day. Who knows, as Baker's in. Again, he's past the stumps now, bowls and tucking up Smead as it's dropped into the offside for no run. Again, more pressure being built here by Hampshire as 4 dots are joined together by Sonny Baker as he continues his change from last year, as he becomes more controlled. And Hampshire look to use him first thing this morning as a real testament to what they think of him. And he's in fine form this year. He's a transformed bowler. We saw him working hard out here this morning before play with 2 coaches on the practice wicket. He's in again, hits the crease, bowls, and a punch off the back foot through backward of point, finds the fielder deep on the boundary, so it will just be a single, first run of the over, 159 for 4.
11 wickets already this season.
Yeah, and he's almost looked like taking more at times. He's definitely been a Hampshire bowler of the armoury that has looked like when Hampshire have needed something to happen. Baker's been the one they brought on to the bowling, as seems the position so far this morning. Baker and Abbott bowling in tandem as he stands, feet together at the top of his mark, starts with some short steps and then some longer ones as he's approaching the wicket. Short, and it's hit the body of Tom Abel. They run out towards backward of point. I'm just conscious he didn't really play a shot there. It must have come off the glove. Yeah, it did, which meant that they could take a run, rather it being a dead ball if it came off the body. But that ends the over, 160 for 4. A leg run off the glove to finish the over. Apologies.
Keith Allen has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. Says, morning, last year we only got 12 batting points in 14 games. This year we've got 1 out of a possible 15. Seems nothing has changed. 2 questions. Where is Ali Orr? And why do you think it's been so poor for so long, the batting? First of all, Ali Orr is playing for
Scotland Day.
Scotland Day, correct, thank you, against Jersey, and got a big total a few days ago.
Yeah,
Big
3
100,
figures.
wasn't it?
I think
Yeah,
it
big
might
100,
have been
yeah.
over the weekend, yeah.
Yeah, a big 100, and he also got a big 100 for the second team recently as well, so he is in actually very good form. He's just not been selected in the squads so far. Here's Abbott, starts a new over the wicket, and Abel pushes him up to mid-on. Score remains on 160 for 4. 127 needed from here. How are we going to manage when Kyle Abbott hangs his boots up? Says Keith Allen. Well, there are 1 or 2 youngsters coming through, namely Manny Lumsden. I think everybody's quite excited about his prospects, but he is still at school. I think he's got another year to do yet, so he's a couple of years away at least, but he's pacey. He's played square out on the offside. Abel's always looking for a single at every opportunity, even if it's a defensive shot. Listen, at the end of the day, Eddie Jack makes some strides. I think he's got a little bit more to do yet. And he can always get somebody else in, as most people do. So I don't think we need to worry too much about that. The batting side, well, you just hope that 1 or 2 of these youngsters do start showing some, or turning their potential into a little bit more of experience. Down the leg side, half shout. I just have glanced the thigh pad as it went through to Brown. I think Tom Prest is starting to show signs of perhaps a little bit more consistency. I think Toby Albert opening the batting there. He's got, what, a 40 and a 20 in this game. You know, again, there's something there to build on. Fletcher Middleton has lost his place at the moment, but I'm sure he may get a chance. So there's a few things that can happen. But yes, I think we've talked about this a few times, haven't we, really? I think Hampshire have been looking for an opening partnership, a solid opening partnership now for quite a few seasons. That's a good leave outside the off stump. That one did carry through to Ben Brown, who underarms the ball and hits the bails.
Yeah, threw it left-handed in there. Took off the off stump. Fortunately for Hampshire, not from the bowler's perspective. But yeah, Fletcher Middleton's in the runs as well. No, I think Tom Prest's an interesting one. He's showing great signs, isn't he, this year? And he is such a talented player. And almost one of those guys who you just say, the runs are going to come. That big score will come. He's had a good few starts so far this year, and he's looked good for them.
There's Abbott in again. Slightly wider of the crease last time. Abbott plays that off the front foot back to the bowler. Tracy Hammond has emailed. HampshireCricket@bbc.co.uk. Good morning, enjoying another day listening to the commentary in the sunshine. A bit of a random one, this one, but it has been bugging me. Are the Hampshire squad numbers random? And how are they selected? Abbott was born in 1987, so that one makes sense. That's right, he was number 87. The rest I'm at a loss for. My son thinks that Sonny Baker, 95, is due to Lightning McQueen. Any ideas as Abbott bowls? Forward is able, and that's the end of the over. 160 for 4. Lightning McQueen being the film Cars, isn't it?
Yeah, I can see Sonny Baker sort of saying ka-chow. You know, I think
is that what Lightning McQueen does?
Yeah.
I've not seen it.
Yeah. No, he says he's got a few other statements, I think. But no, Sonny Baker is a very, very Lightning McQueen style cricketer. So I'm really on board with that.
But do you think that's why he's 95? I'm not asking that question.
I might have to ask him because
we'll have to.
Because there's almost too much resemblance for that not to be a thing.
Lightning McQueen and I think one or two other cars from that film were recently on show at Bewley Motor Museum. I think up until about February, because I looked at it, I saw it, and I thought, I could take my grandson there, but they weren't around at that time, so I'm sure many people went to see that.
Yeah, I thought it was an animated film, but turns out they're real
well, there's
things.
obviously, like
remakes.
Yeah.
Right, change of bowling then. And Sonny Baker is brought off the attack, and Liam Dawson will join the party from the hotel end. A lot of what we saw yesterday, Dawson holding up proceedings here as he runs away from us, as paces are rotated in short spells from the pavilion end. So perhaps we'll see Sonny Baker in not too long take on from Carl Abbott's position. At the Rob Bransgrove pavilion end, here comes Liam Dawson. A couple of hops and bowls and blocked into the offside with a little bit of flourish from Smead. It's no run. A little bit of a switch in the field as the young Ben Mays comes into that short, straight mid-wicket, and Nick Gubbins drops back past him on the left shoulder, still cutting off the single. As Dawson runs in, slip in, a defensive shot out towards that short mid-wicket fielder. What do you call that position there, Kevin? That sort of wide, silly mid-off.
Yeah, sort of. It's sort of a straightish extra cover on the drive, isn't it?
So Liam Dawson looks to spin it past the outside edge of Will Smead, who's facing up, and a slashing drive. It's a good stop from backward point. I'm not sure if perhaps that was a aerial chance, but it's been picked up by the fielder in the deep and just a single.
I think that's in the air.
I think you're right. It was a diving one-handed attempt from, I think that might be Eddie Jack or Cody Youssef, diving away to his right from backward of point. A chance there for Hampshire. There's a few hands on heads as Dawson's in again. And a punch off the back foot hits that gap towards deep point for a single, picked up by the foot of Gubbins. 162 for 4.
Yeah, I think that was Cody Youssef there. It's probably always just a little bit too far away from him, but got some fingers on it.
Yeah, he did well to get there in the end as Dawson walks in, hits the crease, bowls, and another punch off that back foot, hits Gubbins in the infield to cut off the single. So 1 ball left in Dawson's over as he started to look a little bit menacing. Chance going down there at backward point. Really tough one for Cody Youssef as Dawson sets up, ready to go again. Runs in to the Somerset batter who defends. A little bit of a low bounce. That ends the over. 2 runs from it. 162 for 4.
So I'm going to make way here. We've had 40 minutes of play here at the Utilita Bowl. Somerset this morning have scored 23 runs for the loss of James Rue. They need another 125.
It's going to be interesting how these two batters go at it. So Abel will face up.
Anthony Gibson will come in alongside Charlie Harden to take you through the next 20 minutes.
Yeah, glad to see Will Smead playing with a little bit more freedom than he's shown in his 2 previous innings in the 4-day format. But fortunate to get away with a slightly loose shot in that Liam Dawson over, cutting the ball in the air to backward point. Here comes Kyle Abbott in bowls to Abel outside the off stump. Kyle Abbott, who has dismissed Tom Abel 8 times in their respective careers. But Tom Abel 35 from 94 deliveries, just 2 boundaries so far, one of which was a thick edge down to 3rd man this morning. Abbott comes bustling in and bowls, and Abel plays this solidly up to mid-on. We've got slip and sort of backward point, short 3rd man, stroke deep gully. We've got short mid-wicket catching. Both sides have employed that sort of fielding position, which suggests that the odd ball is just stopping in the pitch. Abbott in bowls. Abel turns this down to deep backward square leg where Sonny Baker will do the fielding. They'll come back for 2 runs. 164 for 4.
Yeah, that position just in the leg side to the right-handed Smead and Abel, almost there for that leading edge as you mentioned there. A little bit of variation from the bounce and just another little position to get in the mind of the batter.
Kyle Abbott in his 5th over of the morning, so he's getting a good spell. Bowling to Tom Abel. Abel turns this into the onside. It's well fielded at mid-wicket.
Yeah, good stop there. We've had an email from John
Jake
Humphrey.
Lehman.
Thank you. We've had an email from John Humphrey at hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. Dear all, I live in Inverness, where I listen to county cricket religiously, but I was born and raised in Exeter. I'm currently back in that city following the death of my father after a long illness. As he was responsible both for my ardent love of cricket and my lifelong sport of Somerset.
Here's Abbott to Abel. Digs that one out. Think about a single, it's not there.
A victory today would mean more to me than usual. Best wishes, Jonathan. Thank you for that email, Jonathan.
Well, we'll do our best. If you're listening to cricket religiously, does that mean you're doing it on your knees?
I can't imagine. I can't imagine so.
I've had an email from Greg Hill. Morning, Greg. Down there at Honiton. Here comes Abbott to Abel outside the off stump. He says, good morning, chaps. Thank you for a superb commentary over the last 4 days. I'm multitasking today. I'm doing my editing. Whilst listening to the commentary today, I think this game will be tight because Somerset never make it easy. And Captain Cook on Twitter says, whose bright idea was it to start round 3 with so few matches? Very strange scheduling yet again. Yeah, I agree with that. A lot of counties seem to have got the week off. Only just the 2 First Division games here at Edgbaston. That was the end of the over. 164 for 4, 37 to Abel and 14 to Smead, and Somerset need another 123 runs to win.
Yeah, and at a time as the hype begins to build around the start of the cricketing summer, just 4 matches feels a little bit thin on the ground, but here's one of them, and it's going to finish intense style. You begin to feel as the crowd begins to fill up slowly as Dawson bowls short, and a cut shot out towards that deep cover point fielder brings about a single. 165 for 4, and Abel will be brought back on strike. He's on 37. He took definitely the more defensive role in that partnership between himself and James Rue. That came to 87. Dawson bowls and a defensive shot from
Interesting
Abel.
that Hampshire have put the deep point out, which suggests again they're just hedging their bets a little bit, not over attacking.
Yeah, it definitely feels a defensive ploy as Dawson runs in again. And a little back foot punch finds backward of point. Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Because if you do bring that fielder up, it almost gives Dawson no room to drop it short at all. Because if he just slightly misses his length, it's almost an easy boundary option, just to throw the hands through the covers. Dawson looked quite menacing yesterday evening. He got a few to bite, not too many this morning, as he's down the track and clips into the leg side. That was Abel, sorry, takes a single out towards mid-wicket. A good diving stop from mid-on, 166 for 4.
And Tom Abel using his feet.
As Dawson stands at the top of his mark. Abel looking to be more proactive, but here's Smead on strike to him as he pushes into the cover region where there is that gap, and they get another quick single. Hampshire might have to think about this as the lead begins to tick down. A deep cover on the boundary offering a single opportunity. We mentioned yesterday, didn't we, how that big gap on the leg side is urging the batters to play against the spin, whereas that deep cover slightly more defensive rather than a trap, I'd say, as Dawson hits the crease, and a solid defence from Abel is a dot ball to end the over. 167 for 4.
Yeah, I've had a tweet on @AntGib from TJ Buck, who says, I may be wrong on this, but so far this season there appear to have been many matches that have provided a positive result and only a few ending in a very predictable draw. And that's an interesting point. So far in the First Division we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 draws, as compared with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 positive results. So some and some. We're going to have a bowling change, I fancy. I think it's Cody Yusuf coming into the attack from the pavilion end.
Yeah, it's an interesting point. I was a bit worried after week 1. I think there was 6 draws in that first
the weather
week.
wasn't great, was it?
Yeah. But then the week after, I think there was only a couple, which is a good sign as we look to see quite a few results across the county circuit this week.
Here's Yusuf to bowl to Smead, who plays around his front pad up to mid-on. Smead on 16, Abel on 38. Man out this morning is James Rue, who added only 1 to his overnight 58 before he was caught behind. Good ball from Kyle Abbott, good catch from Ben Brown, low down.
Yeah, he urged one earlier, maybe the over before to Ben Brown, which didn't quite carry.
It was the same over, it was back 2 balls before. Yusuf bowls and Smead gets on top of the bounce and just plays that out into the offside. We've got just the one slip. Toby Albert there. Got a third man, wide-ish third man. Extra cover saving 1 and a mid-off. catching short mid-wicket. Yusufin bowls and Smeed plays that to extra cover. Cody Yusuf in his 8th over, conceded 28 in his first 7.
Bowled well in the first innings. Picked up 3 big wickets, including that one of James Rue early on day 2. That was a big breakthrough. We've had an email from Alex Trott on Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Following on from the conversations regarding succession, could Ben Mays be put higher up the order?
Yusuf bowls, Smeed drives and misses, and poor old Ben Brown has a job taking that as it rather dies on him. Didn't bounce very much.
No, and Smeed just losing his weight over to the offside in the end as he missed the shot. He also says, Alex, do you think that middle order is better suited for him? P.S. I understand he is young, thinking more longer term. Interesting one. 18 years old, still feels a little bit young to be lurched up the order.
Yusuf bowls, Smeed this time plays a solid defensive shot. Yeah, I didn't see enough of Ben Mays to form any sort of judgment. He looked nervous. A bit like Will Smeed looked in the first innings here. Smeed looks a little bit more confident today. He's playing more his natural game. Yusuf bowls. Just takes Smeed on the pad and well spotted by Tom Abel. Calls his partner through for a well-judged single. It means that Smeed will keep the strike. It was a leg bye, but they all count. 168 for 4. Somerset need another 119.
Yeah, 2 similar stories there between Smeed and Mays, both early on in their Red Bull careers, and both also very strong, positive, intent batters who are yet to see their full potential on the Red Bull stage. So maybe that will come in time. It's a good thought to put Ben Mays as the potential next up-and-comer, maybe put him higher up the order, because he will definitely want to bat there, but still early in his career. I think that number 6 spot suits him for the moment. Dawson making a few tinkers with his field.
Well, I think this is Will Smeed's chance to cement his place in the Somerset team. If he can play a significant innings here today under pressure, then he'd have made a very strong case to keep his place when Tom Kohler-Cadmore is fit again. I don't know quite when that will be, but it wouldn't surprise me if he's not available for the Yorkshire game starting a week on Fridays. He's got plenty of time to recover.
Well, here's Smeed then, facing up to Liam Dawson. We know his potential, Will Smeed. He's got a chance today as he cuts straight to that almost catching forward point there, I'd call it. Bit of a strange field. As
cracked that, didn't he?
Yeah. It's a nice shot from Smeed. It's funny, we've got essentially a cover point who is in very close, and a cover just past his right shoulder, and then a deep cover point. It's just almost straight behind that fielder, Ben Mays, as Dawson bowls again. It's a drive, big appeal for caught behind. Not given, mainly from behind the stumps, that was the shout. It was a prodding push, wasn't it, by Will Smeed?
He took off that delivery.
Good signs for Liam Dawson and Hampshire supporters as he gets one to grip like he did several occasions last night. He bowls again in a defence from Smeed, pushes out to the covers.
Just the odd ball, isn't it, that's misbehaving. It makes life very difficult for the batsman.
Yeah, I must say that the Somerset spinners made good use of it out of the early part of day 3. Dawson yet to strike in this game. This one's passes the bat. I thought that was edge. It was a good take by Ben Brown.
Some more turn there. Yeah. That one certainly bit and turned.
Yeah, not much dust flying up these though from these turning balls from Dawson. As he sets himself ready again. It's a really good sign there for Hampshire as a couple start to beat the bat. Dawson can start to build this pressure and sense of unknowing for the Somerset batters. Dawson's in again, bowls and a drive to cover for no run. I like this field. It feels like it keeps putting the pressure on. There's a slip in, not too many chances for a single in the offside. I wonder if that's why they brought in that cover point almost straight in front of the deep cover on the boundary, just to prevent that easy single. Trying to get Smead to push down the ground more to get his single opportunity, as Dawson bowls in again and a leave this time. That ends the over. Maiden 168 for 4.
Good over. Good over, going past the outside edge twice in the course of it, but Will Smead survives. Good test for Will Smead. Not the sort of cricket he's used to at all. And he's in the T20 when he's clearing his front leg and whacking it away either over extra cover or over wide mid-wicket or straight down the ground. He's a very, very powerful striker of a cricket ball.
First score of 100 in the 100.
That's right. And he's, I don't know if you know the Taunton ground, where you know there's retirement apartments all along one side, and he's the only cricketer to have hit the ball onto the roof of the retirement apartments. Here's Yusuf to Abel, who plays that back to the bowler. And of course he's been around a long time, as Will Smead. Made his debut back in 2021 in a T20 match against Somerset's great local rivals Gloucestershire, when he made 50 odd, very important 50 it was too. Yusuf bowls, Abel turns this away through the onside, and it's gone for 4. It's in the air for a time, but 4 runs. Abel on to 38, 168 for 4. Just over pitching there, Cody Yusuf, and Tom Abel seeing his chance.
Yeah, it was almost, he timed it very well. I think he didn't really mean to hit it up in the air over that catching mid-wicket. So perhaps a tiny bit fortunate to have timed the ball quite so well, but yeah, it was a slight miss of line and length, and Abel tucks into it.
In fact, he's on to 42. It's 172 for 4. Scoreboard a bit slow. That's cut down to third man, where Tom pressed fields just for a single. Abel on to 43. 173 for 4.
It's one of those days where every single bowling change matters, and each bowler coming into their spell doesn't have much time to settle, with the chase beginning to slowly diminish. Just 114 to win now for Somerset.
Just. Not sure about the just. Going to take a bit of getting. Here's Yusuf in and bowls to Smead, who stands tall and plays that up to mid-off.
My brother claims to have dismissed Will Smead.
Oh, really?
In age group cricket,
Yeah.
against Somerset. Oh, it might have been a school competition actually. That doesn't really matter. But down the leg side, strangled. Of all dismissals to have claimed on a professional cricket.
Still a pretty good scalp to have got.
Yeah.
Because Will Smead was one of the best schoolboy cricketers
He was.
in the country. Down the leg side, and Smead just hoping to tickle that down to fine leg, although Sonny Baker is quite fine at long leg.
Was he another King's College Taunton boy?
Yeah. He went to Millfield Junior School and then went on to King's, much to the disappointment of Millfield Senior School.
A lot of great cricketers coming up through that school in Taunton. Used to host I think they still do, age group festival for counties.
Yeah.
Played in a few of those.
Here's Yusuf in, bowls to Smead. Gets one that bounces a little bit more, keeps it down well. Down into the crease, end of the over, 173 for 4, 43 to Abel, 16 to Smead. Somerset need another 114 as Charlie Harden makes way for Kevin James. And Liam Dawson getting the odd ball to turn, Kev.
Just the odd one, isn't it? It's a bit slow though, isn't it, the pitch? Just need a little bit of pace, a bit more pace off the pitch, but You've got to keep toiling away. So what have we had? An hour this morning. Somerset needing 148 to win at 11 o'clock. They now need 114 to win, and they've lost James Rue after 15 minutes. Liam Dawson continues. Down the wicket comes Abel. He was misstumped last night. Was Tom Abel?
He was.
And he wasn't long into his innings. Just came down the wicket, didn't quite get to the pitch, and that was one that gripped. And 73 for 4. Dawson in again to Abel. Abel leaves that one alone. That's turned a bit.
Did you like coming down the pitch to spin bowlers?
If it was turning in, it's a lot easier.
Mm.
If it's turning away, no. That's at least if it turns in and you don't get it right, you've got your pads to help you. When it's turning away from the bat, you've got nothing. As Abel found, that's a good leave because that's a little closer to the off stump. So yeah, you've got to get it right, haven't you, when you come down the wicket?
It's something that Australian batsmen seem to do more than English batsmen. I don't know why that should be.
Got to be nimble on your feet. And you've got to pick the right moment. You don't want to go too early. Telegraph your movements to the bowler. Here's Dawson. Bowls. There he is using his feet there. Hits it hard in the air but safe down to deep mid-off. It's a good bit of fielding by Sonny Baker. Very close to the rope there.
Not sure that his leg wasn't in contact with the rope when he...
Well, they're all Hampshire supporters down here, so nobody's going to give anything away there. 175 for 4, 112.
Well, there was one that sort of evens things up because there was a similar one in the Hampshire innings with the Somerset fielder.
Oh, that's fair enough. That's left alone outside of the off stump. So Dawson, one ball left of his 18th over. He's wicketless so far, 51 runs conceded. Last ball of the 54th over with this ball. Dawson bowls. Abel drives along the ground. Sonny Baker's got a bit of work to do here. They may look for 2. That's good running from Smeed. 2 more runs to the Somerset total, and that total now is down to 110 from here for Somerset with 6 wickets in hand.
Yeah, good positive running that. Would have been very easy just to have settled for the single up to a long off. Means that Smeed will be on strike at the start of the next over from Cody Yusuf. 16 from 36. Scoring rate has slowed. But Hampshire going a little bit more on the defensive. As Yusuf is into Smeed, who turns this into the onside, won't get a run as it goes to Ben Mays, who's wearing the fielding pads at short mid-wicket. Still got the one slip, third man, long leg, deep backward square leg. There's no one out, square of the wicket on the offside. Yusuf in bowls, and Smeed almost chops that one down onto his stumps, but Tom Abel spots the opportunity to come through for a quick single. Another run is taken. Smeed on to 17, 178 for 4.
This is quietly another partnership developing here, isn't it? 141 they came together. 178 now.
Smeed signalling to the dressing room, I think probably for a drink. Somerset contingent sitting on the balcony outside their dressing room on the left-hand side of the pavilion as we look from the hotel end. Here's Yusuf in bowls, and there's a run here for Tom Abel out to deep square leg. 179 for 4. Abel on to 48. Have to feel that his is the crucial wicket.
Feels like it.
He's set himself to anchor this run chase. Vastly experienced. He's in good form. Yusuf to Smead. Smead comes calmly forward. Tom Abel before this game, 179 runs in 3 innings, averaging just under 60. Got some useful runs in the first innings. In another partnership with James Root. Yusuf to Smead, who drives and doesn't time it. And it's fielded at mid-off by Kyle Abbott. Opportunity there for Will Smead. It was pitched up outside the off stump. Played the match-winning innings in that Vitality Blast final at Edgbaston last September. Yusuf bowls, and again he plays a defensive shot to a good ball from Cody Yusuf. 179 for 4 at the end of the over. 17 to Smead, 48 to Tom Abel.
So Kyle Abbott's spell this morning, he's the 1 wicket taker, and James Root caught behind for 59. His spell from the pavilion end, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 12. Dominic Smith has emailed Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Will the batters take on some refreshment? Continuing the theme about Ali Orr, he says it does seem a bit ludicrous, struggling to say that one as well, that Ali Orr can't get a run and seemingly perpetually struggling batting lineup. He has a respectable batting first-class average of 35, and in his previous 2 matches last year scored 80 runs in 2 innings in the county championship and 110 in the one-day cup. He's only 25, so surely shouldn't have been sidelined for youth. And if he's making runs in the second 11, the whole thing makes even less sense. A bit of a mystery, says Dom, as Liam Dawson starts a new over. This partnership's worth 38 currently. He's cut that away into the ground. Good stop by Toby Albert, running to his right at first slip. Well, as my understanding is, with Joe Weatherly being given the first chance for the first championship match, and lasted just 2 championship matches because he looked like it was a bit hard going for him. He's 28 years old. Did get a few runs in pre-season. That's nicely played off the back foot by Abel. Moves on to 49, 180 for 4. So I guess he was given the first option, and then if it didn't work out, and unfortunately it looks like it hasn't, then the youth behind that then get a chance. So I think maybe his experience gave him the first option. I don't know. That's my view. Nice drive from Smead. Goes out to deep mid-off. Again, Sonny Baker employed. 181 for 4, and that target is now down to just another 106.
You and Charlie keep saying just another 106.
Yeah, well, I know, because obviously we're on the Hampshire side of things, and I know you're looking at thinking it probably feels like 506.
Exactly.
That's what makes everything so interesting. Very full delivery. And Abel plays it into the ground. I know, that's the thing, and I'd be the same if I was you, actually, Anthony. I'd think, gosh, 106 is miles away.
Yeah.
But from a Hampshire point of view, and I'm sure we echo a lot of Hampshire supporters listening, watching, that 106 now doesn't feel that much. Here's Dawson. Bowles, Abel's playing well forward there. No run there. Ben Brown quickly from behind the stumps. So yes, I mean 148 this morning didn't seem a lot to get. Just James Roux has gone in the first 50 minutes or 55 minutes of play. No, we're talking about hour and 10 of play. Dawson, think Essex have lost another wicket there, 5 down at Warwickshire. Nice drive through the covers. That will be Abel's 50. Fielded on the boundary by Eddie Jack, and Abel moves on to 51 off 118 balls with 3 fours.
And it's his first 50 of the season to go with the century made against Nottinghamshire. And it is, I can reveal to you, the 42nd 50 of his first class career. And all of those 50s have been made for Somerset. Absolute stalwart of Somerset cricket. Captained them, of course, for 6 seasons. Handed over the captaincy to Lewis Gregory last season. So it's Yusuf to Smeed. Pushes this in, or in fact he times that quite well. It's running away towards the extra cover boundary. I don't think it will go for 4 as Kyle Abbott puts in the slide, and they decide against a 3rd run. There probably was one there. But that was well timed by Will Smeed.
It was.
Just a push into the offside, but he got his weight into the shot. 185 for 4, Smeed on to 20. Yusuf bowls and Smeed plays a confident looking defensive shot. This is the most convincing that Will Smeed has looked since he began his red ball career in the first class game, that is. Yeah, talking about Ali Orr, I saw Ali Orr get 200 for Sussex in the One Day Cup 3 or 4 years ago. He looked very impressive. This is hammered, and it's gone for, was it fielded? No, it's very well fielded. In fact, is that Nick Gubbins again?
It is.
Yeah.
If ever there's a player lying flat out on the floor, it's probably Nick Gubbins.
I was looking for that to go speeding over the rope through extra cover, but great stop by Gubbins. Slip is coming out. That's interesting. So we've got no slips now. Yusuf to Smeed. Plays this back up the pitch.
I think that's indicative of how slow this pitch has become now. Ben Brown feeling that a little chance of a thin edge anyway.
Got that short mid wicket in again. And 2 shortish extra covers. Yusuf to Smeed. Plays that solidly up to mid-off. No run.
Well, unless it's come in this ball, I would have lost a bet, because I would have thought Cody Yusuf might have bowled a short ball at Smeed, knowing that he was out hooking in the first innings. And there's still a few runs to play with, but there is a man out there, a deep backward square leg as well as the fine leg for the miss hit.
There's not much point in having a deep backward square leg unless he's going to bowl a short
It's
ball.
a bit of double bluff, isn't it?
He's in and bowls, and this comes off a thick edge down to long leg, and they'll come back for the 2nd run as the throw comes in. 2 runs are taken, 187 for 4, so Somerset need just exactly 100 to win the game. Abel on 51, Smeed now on 22, end of that over.
Yeah, another usual partnership brewing here, 46 between these two out there in the middle. Rue and Abel's partnership ended early this morning. They put on 89, just added 2 to their overnight partnership. Interesting email here from Tim Jones, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Good to hear you mention Edmonton County School and the Great Cambridge Road on the commentary earlier. My wife's school back in the 1980s. We're now part of the Enfield Diaspora in Southbourne / Milford-on-Sea.
Diaspora.
I've got that wrong again. There we go. This is horrible. I'm going to have nightmares about that word. In brackets, I went to Enfield Grammar so had heard of the word before. Well, that's right. The bright people went to Enfield
Grammar school boy.
Yeah, they did. Yeah. I always enjoy listening to you and Anthony, although I really should be listening to Middlesex. Said Tim. Middlesex are in action this week.
Got a bowling change.
We have
Do you think they'll put Liam Dawson on from the other end?
Might very well do. Just try, just change his luck. Really? Yeah, Middlesex are in action against Northamptonshire. Middlesex in Division 2 are 155 for 1 in their second innings. They lead by 87. Northamptonshire haven't batted a second time. So here's Eddie Jack into the attack. That's cut away. Not time, but they're going to take a quick single. As the ball didn't really travel very far to backward a point, and the total moves on to 188 for 4. The other Division 1 game going on, Essex lost a lot of wickets early on this morning. The first 3 to Keith Barker in no time at all. A 58 for 5 in their second innings against Warwickshire. Essex need another 148 to win that game with 5 wickets remaining. And in the other Division 2 game that's going on, as Eddie Jack runs away from us and bowls to Will Smead. Smead cuts that away and fielded at backward of point. Gloucestershire taking on Lancashire. Lancashire 143 for 4 in their second innings, need another 59. Sorry, for 5, sorry. Need another 59 to win that game. All those games on the BBC Sport website and app. So, should get a positive result in most of those matches as Eddie Jack comes in again. Next ball driven back to him by Smead. Score remains on 188 for 4. Are you relaxing yet, Anthony?
Nope. No.
Freddie Lynch has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk as Eddie Jack turns past umpire and bowls. It's a good length ball and Smead plays that easily enough. Out on the onside. I've been crunching the numbers, says Freddie, coming into this game, and Kyle Abbott has 76 first-class wickets against Somerset at the measly average of 18.8. I think you've been sort of keeping up to date with that one as well. Tom Richards has also emailed, always a pleasure listening in whilst grafting away on the roof. On the roof, what, roof here? Can't see anybody on a roof. That's a bit of width, and that is caught at backward a point! Mistake from Will Smead. He was very nearly caught there earlier on in his innings. This time he has picked out the fielder, and Smead goes, caught by Jake Lehman. Eddie Jack picks up the wicket and Smead goes for 22, and it's 188 now for 5.
Yeah, shame. He was batting really well, Will Smead, chasing a wide one and failing to keep it down, cursing himself as he walks back towards the pavilion, and this game takes another twist. Be interesting to see who comes out to replace Will Smead. Looks to me like Craig Overton coming in at number 7, who's been in very, very good form. But that was a wicket that Somerset could have well have done without. Bit of a gift again. He'd done the hard work, Will Smead, and he looked the part.
Chased it a bit, didn't he?
He did.
Didn't quite get over the ball. Nevertheless, I'm sure I speak for most Hampshire fans when I say I'm quite relieved at that wicket.
It was a decent partnership, wasn't it? What did they put on together? 40...
Almost 50, wasn't it? 141 they came together.
So 48...
47.
47, yeah.
So Abel, again, the common denominator with some of these big partnerships towards the end. 89 for the 4th and 47 for the 5th. So 188 for 5. 99 runs needed. Eddie Jack picks up his 2nd wicket of the match. Just finish off that email where we're waiting for Craig Overton to look around the field and get himself composed. Always a pleasure whilst grafting away on the roof. What are your thoughts on getting big Keith Barker back in the Hampshire jersey? Let's be honest, I don't think that's going to happen.
He's getting on a bit.
Yeah, he is a bit. And the guy bowls seeds on a regular basis. Well, he certainly has this morning. Eddie Jack now. 2 men on the drive on the leg side as Jack bowls to Craig Overton down the leg side, and good take from Ben Brown. Well done, Eddie Jack. Thank you, Anthony Gibson, for now. 4 overs, 1 for 13, 188 for 5. Alternatively, says Tom, I suggest looking at a rising talent within the county game. Ryan O'Connor, who has started to come off a long run this season. Once upon a time, a London hipster, is returning to the New Forest this summer and is keen for a 1-year deal. Ryan O'Connor. I know very little. I don't know if Charlie Harden knows too much.
No,
Looking
I can't say I do.
No, I was going to say, looking at the way you were looking at me just then, I gathered that.
I was hoping you wouldn't ask, to be honest. But Liam Dawson's going to have a switch of ends with a slightly wide first slip, looking to slide things on with the arm. Any news from Ryan O'Connor?
Something, a very quick look. Cricket enthusiast, coach at Parkdale Cricket Club, involved in Australian local cricket, so it can't be the same one, surely, or unless he is.
I think we might have to look at his club cricket stats here. I'm not sure.
Basingstoke and Northants bowler Ryan O'Connor. That was, oh gosh, that was ages ago.
Must be a seasoned veteran, as Dawson's running in from the pavilion end and off the back foot, turned into the leg side by Abel. A single moves him on to 53, 189 for 5. Hampshire getting a huge breakthrough over Will Smead. Both times I'm just about to been coming on to commentary. A wicket's fallen and the dynamics changed. 98 now to win for Somerset with just 5 wickets in hand. That percentage dial just falling slightly more the way of Hampshire now. Almost feels back to 50-50 and in the balance, you've got to say, as Dawson walks in, jumps up, bowls, and a pull shot from Overton goes past mid-wicket. It's being fielded by long on, and they come back for 2, the Somerset pair. And it feels like it's been a day, well, it's been a few days now really, of bowlers staying patient, waiting for a mistake from batters. It's been that kind of game, isn't it?
Yeah. It is, yeah. Mistake from Will Smead.
Dawson walks past the stumps, bowls, and again another pull shot. It's maybe come off the 5 pad. It's dribbling down towards third man boundary. It's not going to make it all the way, and it's another 2 added. Overton looking to pull that one over mid-wicket and just missing it. There's quite a large gap in the leg side. Sonny Baker's in at mid-wicket, but other than that, if a short ball comes from Liam Dawson, Overton's looking to stay aggressive here, given as byes by the umpire. Just a miss as Dawson bowls again, leaving his Overton dot ball.
Well, the suspense has carried on throughout the morning, hasn't it, really? Well, we had nearly an hour and 25 this morning. And the tension is every bit there as it was 11 o'clock this morning.
And it's because every time Somerset look a little bit comfortable, wicket falls as Dawson bowls and another leave from Overton. Yeah, definitely a tense feeling around the place, definitely up here in the commentary box as well. Or the gantry, sorry, it's not really a box, is it? It's more of a panoramic view. As Dawson stands at the top of his mark again. A nice skyline with some clouds, as this one's left and it slides on with the arm as Dawson has his hands on his heads, and Hampshire end the over positively. 5 runs from it, 193 for 5.
Well, Ralph Brooker emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk literally just before Will Smead was out, and he said Abbott's strike gave hope, but we were counting, I think, of knocking over Will Smead cheaply. Well, he made 22. I think you'd just about take that. It's been an excellent game, but the last day pitch will cost us, says Ralph. And this one from Richard Freeston Says great cricket, could still go either way. Why is Tom Banton not playing in the Somerset side? Well, he was at the IPL, but he got injured. I think it was a finger injury, if I remember rightly. So I think he's on his way back, but that's why he was contracted to play in the IPL. Eddie Jack starts a new over down the leg side to Abel. Score remains on 193 for 5. 94 runs needed from here by Somerset, and Hampshire have picked up 2 of the 7 wickets that they require to win the game themselves. I did say right at the top that I think Hampshire needed a minimum of 3 wickets in this session to give themselves a real chance. They've picked up 2 so far, and there's still 35 minutes of play. Ideally Tom Abel would be the one, as that's hit away down to fine leg, and he moves on to 54.
He really is the key wicket here, isn't he? It's easy to say, he's on 54. And if Hampshire get rid of Tom Abel, you say 3 wickets.
I said a minimum.
Minimum 3 wickets. If Overton is dismissed, who is indeed in great form, that would be a big blow to Somerset, of course. But if that 3rd wicket is the one of Abel, that's a completely different look on the remaining 93 needed for Somerset.
Here's Jack again. Length ball to Overton, who works it to short mid-wicket.
141 in that game against Chelmsford. Overton's one that, when taking wickets, is exuding a huge amount of passion for Somerset, and with the bat as well, he's been in incredible nick.
Now, I could tell reading this email that this was definitely from a Somerset person, and this will become obvious in a minute as Eddie Jack bowls. It's cut away and half stopped by Gubbins in the cover. Save 4 runs. They do pick up a single, but he did a lot of the work there, Gubbins, by getting hands to it, although difficult to hold on. It was along the ground. 195 for 5. This is from Andrew Frampton, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. As a regular listener to Somerset commentaries, I could feel it in my water that this game would go down to the wire. I have a day on the tractor taking 100 acres of grass for silage as a full delivery. Worked nicely away to deep square leg by Abel. Moves on to 55, 196 for 5. I have a day on the tractor taking 100 acres of grass for silage making ahead of me today in West Dorset, and just knew it would be edge of the seat stuff. Anthony is all too aware of the impending anxiety about to be showered on us over the next 25 overs. Frampo the farmer, he's signed it. Here's Eddie Jack, bowls and forward, thickish outside edge, runs away down to 3rd man, but it is another single, and Overton will keep the strike, and it's 197 for 5, 90 needed.
You might be able to clear this up for me here, Kevin. Although at the same time, I don't want to put you on the spot. Silage making.
Right.
What is that? Any idea? Maybe Anthony knows about silage making.
Google it yourself. Google it.
Oh, well.
Winter feed, I can hear Anthony say in the corner.
The preservation of green fodder, maize, grass, through anaerobic fermentation. Just a little bit of that in my brief science teaching career, which is very successful. As Dawson bowls, going to come round the wicket here for left armour. Oh, beats the bat as Overton goes for a flailing drive. He's looking to free up those long levers of his today. Beaten on the inside edge as a perhaps slightly low bounce or slightly skiddy ball as Dawson shakes his head and looks up to the heavens. Hasn't been all in his favour so far this season. Left arm round again, and it's left there by Overton. Asking questions here, Dawson. 197 for 5. He's ticking. He is absolutely ticking. Desperate to make a breakthrough here for Hampshire. As he stands again, waits till he's ready. He is now, and he bowls down the track. He's bowled! Liam Dawson goes running off in Alan Shearer style. He's going off towards deep cover boundary. He's curving back round now as the Hampshire players encircle him. But that is a huge wicket. Every wicket's huge here at Utilita Bowl. Overton goes for 4, and it's 197 for 6.
He just looked as though he played a little bit outside of that. Let's come in with the arm on the angle. Taking a bit of a risk. Just watch this again if you're on the picture feed. Dawson bowls, and yeah, he's played outside of that.
Liam Dawson ecstatic to make the breakthrough. With Craig Overton faced just 12 balls for his 4. And now Somerset 6 down, 90 to win. 4 wickets left. How's that percentage looking now, Kevin?
Well, I could just feel my blood pressure just drop a little bit with that wicket. It was starting to increase, if I'm honest. It's a bit of help. I was going to read this email out, so it's quite interesting. This is quite a funny one. Matt Hardy, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He's in Swindon. He says, I've said to the folks in the office that if Somerset chases this total down, I'm buying lunch. Am I in trouble? Now, before that wicket, I was going to say, might be safe just to go round those folk and get a pre-order, just in case. But I'm now thinking, hold on a minute. Just hold on.
Yes, I agree. And it's also highlighted by another screen graphic which says current partnership 0 runs. So we have had a new batter out to the crease. And I think you're probably right there. No need to go around taking those orders anymore. Maybe someone could be buying lunch for you if Hampshire get the win. But Dawson will continue. 3 balls left to go in his over. 2 dots and a wicket so far. And Lewis Gregory, well, we all know how talented he is as an all-rounder. Averaging in first-class cricket around 26. And Somerset will need each one of those and plenty more. As Dawson runs in again, and a cut off the back foot finds the deep point fielder. So just a single there, 198 for 6, 1 run closer.
Well, this morning hasn't disappointed, has it? It really is. It's very watchable, this, isn't it? You can't take your eye off it.
That's how it goes when the bowlers are on top. It feels a little bit now. And Somerset batters under pressure. And Dawson, the change of ends has worked. As long on comes in the circle and deep, the wicket goes out. Dawson bowls. A cut shot again. Down into the ground, pops up to Ben Mays and prevents the single. Dot ball, 1 ball left. As Dawson now is returning to the top of his mark with a little bit more positivity. A little bit more on the balls of his toes and walking with poise as he runs in again. And a good leave there from Tom Abel. So ends a good over for Hampshire. Dawson takes his first of the innings and it's 198 for 6.
So 59 runs have been added by Somerset this morning for the loss of 3 wickets. James Rew for 59, Will Smead for 22 and Craig Overton in that last over for 4. And with each wicket that falls, if it isn't Tom Abel, then his role becomes even more crucial. And of course then it will be interesting to see how he plays the situation, because he will know that his wicket is crucial. But this is still a partnership that could develop, so there is again work to do by Hampshire. But 89 is the runs needed from now on. So we have just under or just over 25 minutes of play until lunch. I said a minimum of 3 wickets for Hampshire. They've got those 3. Here's Eddie Jack bowls to Gregory, who pushes forward out on the onside. Now, off the top of my head, as I look, Lewis Gregory was bowled by Kyle Abbott, leaving one that came back into him for just 2 runs. Well, he hasn't got Abbott to worry about at the moment.
Well, it's interesting because the exact opposite happened as well, because Lewis Gregory dismissed Kyle Abbott with that in-swinging spell. Fast bowling on day 3.
Jack runs in away from us and bowls, length ball, clipped away down to deep square leg for a single. Gregory moves on to 2 when it's 199 for 6 now. Somerset in their second innings, and 88 runs are required from here on in. Eddie Jack picked up the wicket to Will Smeed. Caught at backward at point, and that's his wicket. 1 wicket in this innings. He picked up 1 wicket in the first innings, and there is now a deep cover for Tom Abel. Just waiting for the fielder to get in position. Almost a deep extra cover. I think that might be Jake Lehman out there. I keep saying Lehman, I say Lehman. I was picked up on that one the first day.
You see, I'm still not sure if it is Lehman or Lehman.
It is Lehman.
Lehman.
Yeah, it is. Don't fall into the same trap as I do. I have very bad habits after all these years. And you being a young up-and-coming commentator, I'd hate for you to pick up the same bad habits.
Well, you're a man I look up to, and used to say I've got to, the man, the man I'm looking for tips, saying that these are not necessarily the the way to do it.
Yeah, 4 runs for Tom Abel there. It's Eddie Jack. It's just a little short there, and it's nicely helped on the leg side. That, for Somerset, passes the 200 mark in their second innings. 203 now for 6, and Tom Abel on to 59, and those runs required from here now down to 84 as Jack bowls. Again, it's a big leg stumpish. So that's clipped away down to fine leg, just the single. Big throw there over the head of Ben Brown. Fortunately, Gubbins is backing up. 204 for 6 now.
And you get the feeling if we get to lunch and Somerset are still only 6 down, that game will be perfectly in the balance. But any more wickets before then, Hampshire looking to take command of the game.
Here's Eddie Jack bowls. Slight leading edge there. For Lewis Gregory's, it goes out into the covers. 204 for 6. Gordon Avery has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. I'm a lifelong Somerset member of 54 years, hoping, in brackets as ever, for our first, in block capitals, county championship, attending Taunton for at least 1 day of each county championship match, as well as all one-day matches. I always worry when the IT team turn up here. It usually means there's a problem. They're in behind us. In advancing years, I no longer attend T20 matches due to the late starts. Living on the English Riviera, I watch the excellent Somerset live stream and live chat. Peter Trigo, Vic Marks and Harry Everett. Always lovely to visit them through the season. Talking of player numbers and our own Sonny Baker, I think his 95 refers to the speed at which he's hoping to achieve. Yeah, he's not far off. Just pleased that he's back fit and playing well. He has had horrendous back injuries which has sidelined him in recent years. He is exceptionally fast.
Well, I hope Dawson's number isn't telling us how fast he's bowling. I think he's a little bit faster than 8 miles an hour. So he walks in for a left arm round and a leave from Tom Abel. He's on 60. As Somerset get past the 200 milestone, you feel like that is a bit of a psychological score to get past. 204 for 6. Dawson walks up again past the stumps and a leave there from Tom Abel. And Somerset are looking just to get as much out of this partnership as possible. There's a cover point who's in close, Slip who's slightly wide, and a mid-off who's 3/4 of the way back as Dawson runs in again. And it's an edge past the gloves of Ben Brown as he lies flat on the floor. That is going to be a 4. It's given us byes. It was definitely close to the bat. There's Dawson again getting one to grip and bounce at about ankle height. Went through the legs of Ben Brown, who actually, you get the feeling, was lying in resignation as that ball looked impossible to take. 208 for 6.
Yeah, it's difficult when you're standing up and balls keep that low.
And turn as well. It's almost turned the full width of his wide stance, Ben Brown. As Dawson begins his walk towards the wicket. He's in and bowls and worked into that big leg side gap by Abel. As he continues to tick over his score, he moves on to 61, 209 for 6. Just 2 balls left in this Dawson over. There's the big wicket in his last of Craig Overton with a skip down the wicket and a ball that skidded through, perhaps. Might need a bit of work from Kevin's old English teacher as this one's punched out towards cover.
Mr. Phillips.
Mr. Phillips. Dawson receives the ball from cover. Very offside field, but deep mid-wicket's been brought up inside the circle. For Gregory, the new batter, no easy single into the leg side as Dawson bowls and he goes back and just missed. Taken by Ben Brown, and Liam Dawson is on top from the pavilion end, and 209 for 6 to end the over.
78 runs from here on in. Charlie Harden will continue, and in alongside him, an increasingly nervous looking Anthony Gibson. I wouldn't say he's quite pacing up and down. He hasn't quite got to that point yet, but nevertheless.
Well, as long as Tom Abel is there, and, there's considerable hope for Somerset, but what do they need? Another 78. Get it below 50 with these two still together, and things would look rather more promising, but going to have another spell from Sonny Baker, which is interesting. I think if I was Ben Brown, I think I'd have brought Kyle Abbott back, but perhaps Kyle Abbott will come back from the pavilion end. Sonny Baker is going to be bowling from this hotel end. No slips.
This feels a big spell.
Baker's bowled 10 overs, 3 for 40, so he's relatively expensive. He's bowling to Lewis Gregory down the leg side, and Gregory taps his bat in frustration that he didn't get anything on that. There is a fine leg and a deep backward square leg. Whether Gregory would go for the pull shot, I'm not sure. He does play it very well. He's a much better batsman than his statistics would suggest, Lewis Gregory. Baker in bowls to him, short, pulled, and that is going to be cut off down at deep backward square leg. Kept that down nicely, controlled the shot, brings him a single. Takes him on to 3, I think. Scoreboard hasn't put it up yet.
He did take it on, didn't he? That pull shot. Sonny Baker getting 2 wickets in the first 3 last evening with the pull shot. Both Archie Vaughan and Tom Lammonby falling victim to deep backward square leg.
Here's Baker to Abel. Abel's taken on the pad outside the off stump.
Yeah, Baker looking to get back into.
It's not to Abel, it's to Gregory.
So Gregory's got the bright blue grip then. That's an easy thing to spot out up here in the box. I do feel like failing the fact that if the batters aren't left and right-handed, I can always pick out the difference in grip.
Here's Baker into Gregory, and they go through for a quick single, as that comes off some part of Lewis Gregory's body out into the offside. Run is taken, 211 for 6. Vitally important from the Somerset perspective, these two are still together at lunch. It's been Hampshire's morning. They've picked up the 3 wickets. Not the greatest shot that Craig Overton has ever played. He went charging down the pitch at Liam Dawson. This is, where's that gone? It's gone
Keeper's
through to
taken
Ben
it.
Brown, who's down the leg side, and Tom Abel went for a big leg side shot but made no contact with it. Again, he'll be annoyed with himself and rehearses the shot.
It is interesting for the new batters. Tom Abel said on 62, but for the new batters, all fielders are coming in really close in front of the bat on both sides. A tactic played by both teams in this game. especially towards the latter stages.
Is Baker in bowls to Abel, and this time he does get something on it. It will be cut off down at fine leg, and just the single is taken. 212 for 6. So it looks as though the short ball tactic is on, and judging from that shot from Tom Abel, in fact, there were 2 shots in that over from Tom Abel, both pull shots. He's going to take it on. He's on 63, Gregory on 2. Somerset need another 75.
Well, Abel as the set batter, now playing the role that Rue was playing yesterday evening. Slightly more the aggressor of the two, as you'd expect, with Lewis Gregory still new into his innings, having faced just the 8 balls for his 2. Dawson will continue from the pavilion end as Abel stands ready, bright orange heels to his shoes as he squats and goes back and punches back to the bowler for no run. And Ben Brown is having a bit of a tough time behind the stumps. He's just motioned to the fact he's got to stay extra low, almost shin height, just to stop himself in to go back down for the ball doesn't quite pop up. Dawson in again in a defensive shot. Goes up to the leg side for no run. I like it when Dawson's getting players to play forward. It feels like Hampshire are more in the game when Abel and Gregory are having to press forward. That slip in there for the edge that slides on. As Dawson runs in again. Bowls and clipped out towards mid-on. We've had an email here from Andy. Hi everybody. This is on Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Come on, Hans, your opponents can do it. Essex and Warwick's can do it. So can Surrey and Middlesex, Kent and Worcestershire, sort of. Well, a few contenders for the county championship, of course. As Dawson walks past the stumps and a leave from Abel. I think they've left Dawson relatively well, especially these right-handers so far this morning.
Dawson bowling in his shades, looking very cool.
They're big, aren't they? Almost blue-lensed. As he walks past the umpire, bowls and worked out towards mid-on for no run. We almost saw, was it Andrew Strauss in that test match when he picked up the ball in the field, turned and threw it through his sunglasses and obliterated them. I almost thought it was Sonny Baker down at long on earlier. Hopefully Dawson's glasses don't come flying off this delivery. As he walks past the umpire again, down the track comes Abel and hits the same shot up to mid-on for no run. That ends the over. 212 for 6, maiden from Dawson.
I always associated losing sunglasses with Hasib Hamid, who whenever he fields anything in the outfield, loses both his hat, his floppy sun hat and his sunglasses.
Then he's got to use his massively taped up fingers to pick them back up again.
Right. So how long have we got to go before lunch? Sonny Baker will bowl this over. He's bowling to Lewis Gregory. No slips. He's in bowls. Gregory plays this into the onside. Sonny Baker says, "Oh!" He's got his hands in the air. Probably because that one nipped back at Gregory, and if he hadn't made contact with the bat, it would have been a big LBW shout. But he got plenty of bat on it. These two, 273 games for Somerset between them. Baker in bowls to Gregory, who takes his bottom hand off the bat as he shovels it down to backward square leg for a single. 213 for 6.
Had an email here from Rodney Ward, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. This is quite a funny one. Listening down here in Penzance, keeping my fingers crossed for a Somerset win. Really loving the commentary from everyone. I have a list of chores from the wife who is at work. They are being ignored. It's a dangerous strategy there, Rodney. If Hampshire do go on to win, they can thank Nick Gubbins in the field. He must have saved 30 runs in this innings alone. And Dawson has now just bowled Overton. It's getting even more nerve-wracking. Best wishes. Thanks, Rodney.
Here's Baker in bowls, down the leg side again, and Tom Abel misses out. Sandrew Frampton farming down there in silage making down there in West Dorset says no pressure, but this is a season-defining next 20 overs. Well, I don't think it's that. Still plenty of the season to go.
I think it is for Hampshire though.
It could be, but I think Andrew is a passionate Somerset supporter. It's Baker in bowls. This is hit firmly into the offside, but can't get it past Gubbins at short extra cover.
Gubbins in the field again. I'd like to see a little battle between Gubbins and Abel. I think I know who you're going to be backing with that one.
Tom Abel's, he's far quicker than Gubbins. I mean, it's his speed across the ground that one of the things, and his catching ability. It's Baker to Abel. Turns this down to deep backward square leg for a single. 214 for 6. Played that comfortably enough.
Yeah, you'd have to have a little run of challenges, wouldn't you, to test two people's fielding. A little bit of close catching, which you say Abel might dominate in. I think close to the bat, along the ground, ball going hard at you. Nick Gubbins is an expert in mid-wicket or cover.
Oh, he's fielded very well, yeah, definitely.
Just not quite able.
No. Baker then to Gregory. Last ball of the over. And
Oh, blimey.
Baker goes over and Gregory goes under. A bouncer. And nothing is done. It's the end of the over. It's 214 for 6. Clock says 12:51, so probably 3 more overs before lunch, and vital from the Somerset perspective that they don't lose a wicket in the course of those 3 overs. They need 73 to win.
Hampshire just needing that remaining 4. Yeah, the last time Sonny Baker went tumbling over like that after a short ball, he actually dismissed Tom Lammonby. It was quite funny. He celebrated last evening, still on the ground, as the catch was taken by Cody Youssef. But 214 for 6. And Dawson will be looking to make another impact in the closing stages of the morning session. As he holds the ball to his heart, runs in and bowls, and a cut shot to cover for no run. Overton falling for 4 to Liam Dawson not too long ago. Coming down the track and beaten on the inside edge was bowled as Dawson walks in once more, bowled, cut straight to cover point. Just the one bounce picked up by Ben Mays. Another dot ball. This is the sign of Dawson at his best. Day 4 wicket. Ball turning, pressure on with the run chase. And Abel on 64. He's faced almost 150 balls now as he faces up and a leave. Watches it go past the stumps. Abel's definitely taken that more of a defensive approach to the bowling of Liam Dawson. Most other bowlers have looked to attack him and knock him off his length. Abel just happy to sit back and wait for the short ball to put away and rotate the strike as he faces up and leaves again. Dawson looking interested. As Abel returns to his guard, taps the bat down. Dawson is running in again. Bowls. Another lead.
It's too wide. Too wide.
Yeah, be looking to target the stumps here a little bit more. Happy maybe just to drop one out there, see if Abel fancies going after it. He remain unmoved. Still that fielder causes pressure as it's defending into the offside. Picked up by short cover point. Umpire hands the cap back to Dawson, who places it upon his head and goes back out to his fielding position for the next over from Sonny Baker, who runs away to the top of his mark. He's eager to get going. 214 for 6.
Yeah, maiden over from Liam Dawson, but not his best over, with Tom Abel able to leave 3 or 4 deliveries outside the off stump. So Sonny Baker, and appropriately Sonny comes into the attack and the sun comes out. Got 2 short catching mid wickets for Lewis Gregory facing Sonny Baker, and one of them fields that ball as it's Liam Dawson there. 214 for 6. Somerset starting this morning at 139 for 3, so 61 and 14, 75 for 3 this morning. Well, they'd settled for another 75 for 3. Baker in and bowls. This is cut away down to deep backward square, deep backward point for 4 runs. It's short and wide from Sonny Baker, and Lewis Gregory making no mistake. He moves on to 7, 218 for 6.
Yeah, well put away there by Gregory. Length missed. Got an email in from Raj at hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. Huge Hampshire fan here. Can't help but predict that 9 down there'll be every fielder around the bat. Dawson oohing and ahhing each ball.
Yes. Is Sonny Baker in and bowls to Gregory, who plays around his front pad. Yes, I interviewed Alfie Ogborn last night, and the last question I said, are you confident? He said, oh yes, yeah, we're all very confident. And I said, well, how confident would you feel if you have to walk into bat with Somerset 8 down and 20 needed? We will see. I mean, that scenario may very well play out. He said, well, I was nervous enough in the first innings, goodness knows what that would be like. Here's Baker into Gregory, drives firmly back up the pitch without much timing. It's fielded by Jake Lehman at mid-on. Clock says 12:57, so we will get another over in.
Just trying to have a look to see if Alfie Ogborn's ever had to play that role in his.
But he's hardly played any first-class cricket. So I think the answer is he did score. He had a very good innings in one of the one-day cup games last season. This is cut by Gregory, but can't get it past Lehman at backward point.
Yeah, he had a 30 non-out against Warwickshire at Taunton. Maybe that's what you're alluding to.
Yeah.
Getting past 12 in his 9 innings in first-class cricket.
Well, he batted very well in the first innings, putting bat to ball, but it'd be a different kettle of fish if he really does have to come in with 8 down and 20 needed. Last ball of the over, Sonny Baker to Lewis Gregory, who cuts him away down to deep backward point and takes the single. 220, I think it is. No, it isn't. It's 219 for 6. 68 more needed. Gregory on 8 keeps the strike. Tom Abel on 64.
I feel it's tilting back the way of Somerset. This partnership feels strong from a Hampshire perspective.
I think the game is absolutely in the balance. Couldn't be closer.
That's what 4-day cricket is all about.
Somerset haven't got much batting to come. Jack Leach is down to come in next, and he usually bats number 11. Jake Ball is one of nature's number 11s. And Alfie Ogborn is young and inexperienced, and it would be a big ask. So I think this partnership critical for Somerset hopes.
Well then, change of bowling from the pavilion end, and it is a over for a man who I saw warming up a lot this morning, trying to hit a consistent area with a layer of cones. It's Tom Prest. He runs in for a bit of right arm over the wicket, and it's edged and just gone past the keeper's gloves. There was no slip in. It's trickling towards the boundary, but Sonny Baker's in pursuit. It's 2 runs for the Somerset batters, but I think this has just come off the shoulder of the bat of Lewis Gregory.
Ben Brown just got a glove to it as well.
I think that probably took the pace off that prevented it going to the boundary, but that was a close one there for Gregory, who moves to double figures.
Here comes the slip. Sound of stable door clanging too.
And Albert's in there, crouches as Prest bowls, and it pops up into the leg side. Is that gone? There's a great catch by Ben Mays. Oh, a few cheers in the Hampshire crowd. Tom Prest's first 2 balls have caused chances both times. Chances is not the right word, actually. Moments, I'd say. Prest bowls again, and this one pushed into the offside. They're going to get a nice single. Lewis Gregory will remain at the non-strikers. I'm sure he'll be hoping for the remaining 3 balls of the morning session. As we go 1 past the hour into the lunch break. Prest standing tall, runs in, bowls down the track and clips straight to mid-wicket. It's gone past him, and Long On is making his way round. And judging by what Kevin James told us earlier, if a fielder's lying flat, I think it is Nick Gubbins. He was lying flat for a long time. As Abel just struck a little clip past him. So Gregory back on strike. Big final 2 balls here. Prest bowls and turned towards short leg. It's hit him. Blimey, what an over this is from Tom Prest. And I reckon that's gone on the full straight to Ben Mays. At Wantage Road on day 1, 2 of those were caught in similar style, timed perfectly in the first 5 overs. Prest final ball of the morning session. Bowls and a defensive shot to finish. 2-2-3 for 6 Somerset. The game stands with Somerset needing 64 to win and Hampshire needing a remaining 4. Just the 3 wickets falling this morning. Rue falling in the late 50s for 59, and it was Will Smead for 22. And Craig Overton fell for 4. That was to Abbott, Jack and Dawson getting the wicket of Craig Overton. Bowled, but these 2 sit in a commanding position. Tom Abel 65 not out of 152 balls, and Lewis Gregory on 11 as this partnership is 26 runs.
So Somerset needs 64 this afternoon. Game just about on an even keel. It's going to be very, very exciting. Hope you can join us for the afternoon session in around about 40 minutes time.
Enjoy yourself on a UK no-fly cruise. Enjoy yourself. There's amazing shows for you.
Enjoy yourself. There's outstanding cuisine.
Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality.
Was on. So he's playing a mission. No, he's not. He's got an edge through to the keeper. There's the first wicket of the morning. I can't say.
Here's Code again then. That's pushed away, backward of point on the offside. It's going to be the first boundary of the game.
To Prest. Prest pushes forward. Lovely shot through the covers. That's beautiful. That's 4.
Stages here then. As White's in again. Oh, but a terrific drive through extra cover from Gubbins. It beats the infield and it will race away.
Called it up.
Here's
Oh,
Code.
beautiful.
Yep, brilliant shot. Down the ground. Lovely on drive.
Just going to run away for 4. Beautiful shot. Full face of the bat down the ground. Code's in again. Oh, great shot. Worked into the leg side. I think that'll race away for 4 through mid-wicket. Great shot by Press there.
Agreed. That's cut away by Gubbins. Nice shot through the covers. That's going for 4.
She gets to the crease. Oh, back of a length. And that's beats point. Is it going to go all the way for 4? I think it is, yeah.
Pressed off the back foot. Lovely shot. That's going for 4. Hill once more. Bowls to Gubbins. Gubbins drives through extra cover. Lovely shot. That's going for 4.
Gone across there. As Richardson's in again, but that's a terrific drive by Gubbins. And that'll go all the way up the hill to the Kirkstall Lane end for 4 more.
Off spin all rounder. Flicked away by Gubbins through mid-wicket. That'll be 4. Some of the harshest comments. Oh, Press is close. He's LBW, is he? Yes, he is. Finger goes up. Oh, Press looks to the heavens.
To a really great servant for Yorkshire, having moved north from Somerset. That's a little over pitch, though, from Bess on this occasion. There's a chase there for Code in towards the boundary. White ball stuff gets underway. Here's White, and there's an edge there for Lehman. But I think he might have managed to keep it down anyway. But it goes through a vacant area. It's Gubbins who waits. And that is caught at third slip. Do you know, he absolutely deserves that, Jack White. Terrific ball.
And he White's it again. Brown pulls that away. That short arm pull that he plays. Well known for that, Ben Brown. There's certainly enough, isn't there, as a batter? There, that's a nice shot. It was a full delivery on leg stump, and Brown's worked that away in front of square, and that's 4 runs. Oh, gosh, what was his name? I knew I shouldn't have started this conversation. Nice shot through mid-wicket this time from Ben Brown, and that may just have enough legs on it. Despite the fielder's efforts, it does. But just probably hits the deck a little harder. Oh, that's close. It's wrapped on the pad, gone. Brown doesn't look particularly happy. Probably feels he got a little far forward there.
Short and wide and cut for away through backward point. The field's going to chase it, but unable to get there. Fantastic delivery for his 4th delivery of the over. And he's cut away again for 4. That's a beautiful shot by Lehman. Just let the ball come to him.
This is certainly a thing they can ask. There's cut away, smashed away through the covers. Width again from Revis and Mays.
Here's Richardson. Short and pulled away beautifully by Mays. He was onto that so quickly. Here comes Richardson again. Oh, and that's stylish. That's really stylish. That's really well played through mid-wicket for 4. Here's Revis. Starts a new over then from the Kirkstall Lane end. Again, outside off stump. Yorkshire have got a man back on that cover point boundary to Lehman. Lehman earns the applause, though, because he takes a single. That brings up his half century.
Best for his 2nd delivery. Oh, that's well bowled. Beautiful bowling by Don Bess. Looks like he just played around that one a little bit, Mays.
From us from the Kirkstall Lane end. Oh, and he's got a good one there, and he takes the outside edge of Dawson's bat. Dawson has a quick look up.
There's a new over from George Hill. Oh, he's wrapped on the pad, Cody Youssef, and he's gone. Okay, which was great, and I really enjoyed it. Oh, big shout for an LBW, and he's gone. 2nd wicket in the over.
2nd delivery. Oh, it's down. Chance Sharp chance to Duke's edge there. Not sure if he took it off first slip, if it were his, but like I say, as a wicket keeper, you've got to go for that.
Patiently as Code comes in and he's bowled him. And that's the breakthrough that Yorkshire need.
Into Lehman now. Oh, there's a big swing into the leg side. Is it going to go? It's all the way? No, he's caught it. Oh, brilliant catch. And a deserved fifer for Hill there. Fantastic.
Now. Oh, and Bean's left one alone outside the off stump. It was fatal because he's been bowled. The off stump goes tumbling back.
And last week, that's an edge, and it's gone between first slip and gully, or deepish gully, and that's going for 4.
Fourth delivery up the hill. Down the hill, sorry, and it's clipped away into mid-wicket. And that'll run away for a 4. That's a great shot by Whiteman there. Baker just straying a little bit full there onto the pads of Whiteman. Second over. Oh, he's gone full again. It's pushed down the ground. I'm not sure if it'll go all the way. Will it? Abbott's chasing it. Oh, and it's gone for 4 runs. Baker to Whiteman. It's gone full. Oh, and it's pushed beautifully down the ground there. Glorious stroke. And that's 4 runs.
As Jack comes round the wicket to lithe in characteristic fashion, just rocks back onto the back foot and pulls that through mid-wicket for 4. It absolutely rockets towards the...
I say with the ball doing so much as Baker comes in again. There's the field feels. Oh, he's given, he's gone.
He's gone. He's bowled him.
Bowled him. Chopped on there from Ben Code. Good bowling, pushed him back with a couple of bouncers. Coming to the crease. He's gone full. Oh, he's bowled him. He's 2 in 2 for Baker.
Wow. What a delivery that was, you have to say. Stand end coming into bowl to Adam Lyth, and Lyth just nonchalantly drives that through extra cover for 4 up to the Taverners stand up there on the far side. Terrific shot from him. Baker. And Revis has played it really, really well on his toes through the offside. A little bit shorter this time from Baker.
As Eddie Jack comes in and bowls, Revis again is comfortably behind that one. And there we are. 96 overs completed.
Here comes Baker again. 3 slips. Well pitched up. Great drive by Matthew Revis. Really well timed.
Being covered is Abbott around the wicket. Lyth drives through extra cover. Don't bother running for that. And Lyth doesn't.
In this Yorkshire reply, outside off stump, over pitched and just guided, really nicely guided by Adam Lyth. See a few more arriving as Lyth gets on the front foot and drives that one through the covers. My goodness me, he's timing the ball well this morning, Adam Lyth, wouldn't you? Here's Yusuf in, and that is a little bit streaky, a little bit edgy from Adam Lyth. Here's Abbott again. Oh, and a full swing of the bat there from Revis. And he's looking at Jack again. Revis, plays that through mid-wicket really nicely. Wristily steers that one up towards the Taverners stand, running in towards us from the Howard stand end. And Revis absolutely gives that the treatment across the practice wickets towards the Western Terrace.
He certainly did. He's Yusuf down the hill once more. Revis off the back foot, times that nicely through the gap at forward point, and that brings him 4 runs. He took 119 wickets, says Dave. Revis is off the back foot. A beautiful stroke through extra cover. He really is starting to time the ball.
Comes in, bowls, driven by Lyth, and that's just going to reach the boundary on the offside to Revis. Plays off the back foot, and that's 4 runs. That's a beautiful shot.
First period of commentary then as Dawson comes in, just a little bit wider leg stump there, and Lyth gets a good glance in down towards the Kirkstone Lane end boundary and actually picks up 4 first ball.
Showers, we'll have to wait and see. Oh, he's bowled him! And there's the early breakthrough after lunch as the off stump goes cartwheeling out the ground. Revis goes pushing forward.
Round the wicket, short run, reverse sweep from Lyth. And he's timed it really nicely, actually. He's just paddled it round the corner.
Find yourself being relied upon more. Edge through to the keeper, and Abbott's got another wicket, and that's the perfect delivery. Lyth had to play. Game down there at the Utilita. As Hill plays that late, and he's worked that down the hill, down to third man, and that will run away over the rope. So there you go. Here's Kyle Abbott again. Hill's bowled! He's played forward there, and he's looking around thinking, how on earth have I missed that? It's heading this way as Abbott bowls, and there's a nice drive through extra cover. No problem, Don Bess. It was a short ball, rare short ball from Abbott. That's nicely played and pulled around the corner by Don Bess. I wasn't tempted to put any money on it. I'm not betting this year. Lovely cut shot, and that's going for 4 runs. Good a point. Duke is off the mark.
Bowls. That's a lovely shot. And that's going to be 4 runs to Harry Duke.
As he comes in again, ooh, straight into sweep, and in the end he's got an edge through to the keeper. And Bess has gone. Dawson comes in. Down the wicket comes Van Beek, hits him over the head, high down to the far end of the ground. And what's the umpire going to signal? It's 4 runs. That's a nice looking shot.
Oh, he's edged that, and he's gone to the keeper. Good catch. Looked a good catch by Ben Brown.
And in comes Yusuf Bowles. Bowled him, and the stump is out of the ground. And that is the end of the Yorkshire innings. White goes for no score, and Yorkshire bowled out for 177.
George Hill comes in, down the leg side. Here's Hill in again. Oh, and a fine shot by Gubbins. Off the back foot, pushing that away.
Comes in again, round the wicket to the left-hander. And he's hit that for 4 behind square on the offside. It's Code in here. And Gubbins has...
Through is needed. Van Beek's in now. There's a big shout this time, and they have that breakthrough. Weatherly is the man out. LBW.
Bowling's left-handed Gubbins, who... Oh, that's a lovely cover drive. And that's 4 runs. In comes Hill to bowl to Prest, who turns it onto the onside. And that's 4 runs. That's a good shot. He just a shot through mid-wicket to the right-handed Prest. That's on the leg side. That's turned away. And that's another 4. Exactly the same as his previous 4 as well. So in some ways. Anyway, Hill is in, and that's 4 runs. On the back foot again, and that's through the offside this time. Another 4 runs for Nick Gubbins.
It's a new over from Van Beek, and that's driven a fairly thickish edge down towards third man, and that will go all the way. Here's Code past the umpire, and that's played up on his toes by Tom Prest. Really well, 3.4 and over at the moment as Code comes in, and just as you speak, Kevin, another boundary through the offside.
Replacement for Richardson. Oh, and as he edged that one through to the keeper, Gubbins. He's down on his knee. He's going to wait for the umpire's decision here, because that was a very full delivery.
Again. And that is played away by Prest delightfully through the offside. Here comes Ben Code in now. Outside off stump. Played towards Sam Whiteman at backward point, who does the fielding. And that is the end of the second day's play here at Headingley.
Enjoy yourself on a UK no-fly cruise. Enjoy yourself. There's amazing shows for you.
Enjoy yourself. There's outstanding cuisine.
Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality.
Third slip back in place for Sonny Baker. This one's up in the air, looping up to Bess, who takes the catch. Weight of games as in comes Van Beek, and that's a thick edge. And on a rare occasion there, Jake Lehman to be playing regular first team cricket for the foreseeable future, else you wouldn't get that cap. You're going to be a regular. As that's punched square on the offside and takes Tom Prest to a well-earned half century. There he goes with that trigger movement back and across now then. He's out at the non-striking end. Tom Prester's gone. That's one of those very, very unfortunate things in cricket.
To the middle stump.
Lehman on strike again, and a similar shot to the ball before, but this time a different result. And what presumably both he and Tom Prest were hoping for the ball before was boundary. Sessions now with T fixed at 3:55.
That's Lehman has cut one out here.
Past the umpire. Brown cuts all over the top of first slip. Any more in this game? That's driven. Full delivery. Lovely shot. Straight down the ground. Back up towards us, up the hill.
Mid-off is in for the first delivery to Brown, and has a big heave onto the leg side to the cow corner, and it's all the way for 6.
Cliff's in. Brown drives. Thick outside edge, but he's found the gap just in front of point. Not quite where he was aiming it. Cliff had the hands on his head. Double wicket competition. Oh, that cut away into the gap between point and gully. It was in the air, but there's nobody there. Actually, there he looked like he's gone back in the other ones. Oh, there's an edge, and again it's gone into that gap between first slip and fine gully. Last umpire Saggers and Bowles, and again it's gone in that area. I think that was again deliberate. It wasn't quite aerial as the previous delivery.
There he is again. Waits, wide attacking stance. He's placed that one very nicely between two fielders on the leg side. Revis is one of them giving chase, but the ball is to bat for now. Lehman again cuts nicely and makes his way to a half century then for the 29th time in first class cricket. To go with 16 first class tons. It's taken him 89 balls, 124 minutes of batting.
Still a little way away from that. Brown drives past the diving point, and that's going for 4. But that's a bit in the distance at the moment. Brown whips that away on the leg side. That's 4 runs through square leg. Yeah, short. Brown pulls that away on the leg side, and nobody's quite sure where that ball is, and it's gone for 4. Didn't actually add to his overnight total, and Lehman guides that away past a diving wide first slip.
Best over. Shot and outside off stump, and it's cut away behind point for 4 runs. That's a glorious shot.
Around the wicket short, and that's pulled away from outside off stump, pulled away hard through mid wicket, and Jake Lehman picks up another boundary. 134 now between these two. Low full toss hammered away by Lehman. Don't bother chasing that one. That's gone into the stands. And Beak bowls again, and outside the off stump, and hammered away from outside off stump through mid wicket, and that is 4. Well, what is happening here straight after tea?
Best in for the 4th delivery, 3 dots so far, and as Lehman back cuts behind point, and that'll race away for 4 runs. 18.
Yeah, so Paddy Pindle batting. That's caught at deep backward square leg. He picked Logan van Beek up beautifully, but unfortunately picked a fielder out on the boundary.
Front of the hand, and it's hit into the leg side, and it's 4 or 6.
Pressed when he was run out on the non-striker's end. That's whipped away by Brown. My word, he's picked that up superbly, and that's gone for 6 towards the western terrace. Van Beek again and bowls. Brown pulls that away in the air. That's safe, and it's beaten 2 fielders, and it's gone for 4. Mays. Oh, that's a beautiful shot down the ground, and that's gone for... Is that 4 or 6? It is 6. Essex the way they looked last week. Surprised that they're out. Now, Ben Brown hoiks that away on the leg side, falls over as he does so, and it's gone for 6. And as David Milne signals 6, Ben Brown was picking himself up off the turf, and he moves on to 102, gets a hug from Ben Mays. He takes his helmet off, raises his bat, and even Harry Duke behind the stumps gives him a round of applause, which is nice to see.
It's Don Bess. He's in for the final delivery. It's over, and he hits him out to deep cover, pushing hard to mid off. Or long off. So that's the end of the over.
Mountain to climb now with the bat. Lyth has got an edge and gone. Second slip pouches it pretty low down. And the first blob of the season for Adam Lyth. Here's Abbott again. Oh, inside edge from Whiteman. That's going to be 4. Races away. Kirkstall lane end. Oh, bowled him. This time it's Whiteman who's left one and had his off stump removed. Finlay Bean watches on from the other end.
In. Bowl short. Pulled away just over mid-wicket, over the outstretched hand of Joe Weatherly, and that's going for 4. Here's Jack again. Bowls. That's whipped away. Nice shot through square leg. Little too straight, that one. Nicely played by James Wharton, who goes into double figures.
To Bean now, straight again, and it's worked into the leg side. I don't know if the fielder has cut it off, and it runs away for 4 runs. Full. He's worked his leg side for mid-wicket and that'll run away for 4 runs. That's back-to-back boundaries for Finley Bean. And he's in. And he's pushed down into the third man vacant area for 4 runs. That's well weighted by James Wharton there.
That's whipped away through mid-wicket. Nice looking shot from James Wharton.
Baker to Bean. Oh, and there he's through that 4th slit region. Great bowling by Baker, back of a length, going across. Just got a little bit big on Bean.
Jack from the football stand end, gone. And I must admit the first reaction there was that was probably too high, but we are a long way up, 5 floors up here in the com box. Here's Jack then to Revis, and wouldn't you know it, he gets a nice juicy leg stump half volley and flicks it away.
And he's in. Oh, and it's streakily away through behind point for 4 runs and that'll run away. And he's full. And he's bowled him! Fantastic delivery there from Abbott. Off stump. Knocked out the ground. Revis looking back. Into Cliff. And he's full. And oh, he's in the pad and he's given him. He's gone. It's 2 in the over for Abbott. He's forward. Solid in behind it. That's a dot ball to end the day. That's a fantastic spell from Abbott. He's bowled 9 overs, 4 for 11. Fantastic bowling, and Yorkshire end the day on 65 for 5.
So here's Cody Youssef to get things underway, and it's immediately down the leg side to George Hill. Especially this man, Finley Bean, facing Youssef, who pushes that into the gap, wide of second slip and gully. It's running all the way to the third man boundary.
Here's Abbott in, good delivery, there's an appeal, and that is the end of Finley Bean. The first wicket of the day has gone, and Kyle Abbott has 5 for 12.
That's pushed into the gap. Nice shot from Harry Duke. He'll get 4 runs. Jack, that's full delivery, nicely guided backward of deep gully, and that's going for 4 runs. Quite a deliberate shot there from Harry Duke.
Sonny Baker into the attack to replace the wayward Kyle Abbott at the Kirkstall Lane end, and Sonny's wayward with his first ball. 2 overs and 2 balls for Hampshire to find some, and there's should be 1, but he's been put down. Mid on, mid off, and a square leg, and Harry Duke, I think this one hits him round about the waistband, rather like Willie Banks doing the triple jump. Short ball, Duke's got underneath this, so too has Cody Youssef down at long leg.
97 for 7 here, Yorkshire in their second innings. That's flicked away down to fine leg, and it's gone through. Here's Eddie Jack again. It's nicely cracked away off the back foot by George Hill.
Comes in past Saggers, it's up there to drive, an invitation accepted, and Don Best will welcome that with open arms. Here's Sonny Baker in again, and George just guiding that one through third man. He's going to pick up 4 runs. The Kirkstall Lane end of the ground, and lovely drive from Don Bess. That'll make him feel a whole lot better. Here's Youssef again, edged this time by Bess, just tentatively pushed at that. Ball short of length, punched away into the offside by George Hill, nicely played.
Food's arrived, Doige. That's given me a bit of a lift, that's nicely played through mid-wicket. And that will be 4 runs for Don Bess, who moves on to 26.
Coming in again. And Hill gets himself 4 through third man. Intended shot, open the face, and
thank you. John, nice to hear from you. That's lofted high on over mid-on. That's a lovely shot. Couple of... Awesome. Down the wicket comes Hill again. He's got a little bit more underneath that, but he's still going a long way over mid-on. Wide mid-on this time, and it's 6 runs again. And that's his 50.
Join a war. Abbott with a pretty good delivery once again, but this time Bess. Comes Abbott. Ooh, good delivery this time. There's an appeal for LBW and given. Ooh, now then.
From that football stand end. Bess works it away on the onside. Chase for Tom Prest. Although that's always going for 4.
Thinking it probably was out.
Here's Liam Dawson. To Bess, gets an edge, goes along the ground past the diving substitute fielder Toby Albert, and that's running away to third man up the hill for 4 runs.
Baker might bowl it now. No, it's up there to drive again, and this time he has got a good contact on it, and it is 4. Lined in red with the fact that he's got the captain's armband when there's no Johnny Bairstow here. Short ball pulled by Van Beek, and he's off the mark with a 4 through mid-wicket.
Missing Dawson. And he's chipped that one, and he's caught it mid-off. Looked to work that away on the onside. He got a leading edge. You were mentioning his Dawson's gone for the sweep shot there. It's nicely played by Van Beek's gone fine. Gully in for him. Code drives. That's nicely through the covers. That's a lovely shot. That's going for 4.
Less recently and less recently again. Yeah, very often, unfortunately.
Oh, and that's it. Sorry, I had a load of emails that I've missed him. And I've just missed that because
Enjoy yourself on a UK no-fly cruise. Enjoy yourself. There's amazing shows for you.
Enjoy yourself. There's outstanding cuisine.
Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality.
was on. And so he's playing a mission. No, he's not. He's got an edge through to the keeper. There's the first wicket of the morning. I can't say.
Here's Code again then. That's pushed away, backward of point on the offside. It's going to be the first boundary of the game.
To Prest. Prest pushes forward. Lovely shot through the covers. That's beautiful. That's 4.
Stages here then. As White's in again. Oh, but a terrific drive through extra cover from Gubbins. It beats the infield and it will race away.
Called it up.
Here's
Oh,
Code.
beautiful.
Yep, brilliant shot. Down the ground. Lovely on drive.
Just going to run away for 4. Beautiful shot. Full face of the bat down the ground. Code's in again. Oh, great shot. Worked into the leg side. I think that'll race away for 4 through mid-wicket. Great shot by Press there.
Agreed. That's cut away by Gubbins. Nice shot through the covers. That's going for 4.
Gets to the crease. Oh, back of a length. And that's beats point. Is it going to go all the way for 4? I think it is, yeah.
Pressed off the back foot. Lovely shot. That's going for 4. Hill once more. Bowls to Gubbins. Gubbins drives through extra cover. Lovely shot. That's going for 4.
Gone across there. As Richardson's in again, but that's a terrific drive by Gubbins. And that'll go all the way up the hill to the Kirkstall Lane end for 4 more.
Off spin all round it. Flicked away by Gubbins through mid-wicket. That'll be 4. Some of the harshest comments. Oh, Press is close. He's LBW, is he? Yes, he is. Finger goes up. Oh, Press looks to the heavens.
To a really great servant for Yorkshire, being moved north from Somerset. That's a little over pitch though from Bet on this occasion. There's a chase there for Code in towards the boundary. White ball stuff gets underway. Here's White, and there's an edge there for Lehman. But I think he might have managed to keep it down anyway. But it goes through a vacant area. It's Gubbins who waits. And that is caught at third slip. Do you know, he absolutely deserves that, Jack White. Terrific ball.
And he White's it again. Brown pulls that away. That short arm pull that he plays. Well known for that. Ben Brown. There's certainly enough, isn't there, as a batter? There, that's a nice shot. It was a full delivery on leg stump, and Brown's worked that away in front of square, and that's 4 runs. Oh, gosh, what was his name? I knew I shouldn't have started this conversation. Nice shot through mid-wicket this time from Ben Brown, and that may just have enough legs on it. Despite the fielder's efforts, it does. but just probably hits the deck a little harder. Oh, that's close. It's wrapped on the pad, gone. Brown doesn't look particularly happy. Probably feels he got a little far forward there.
Short and wide and cut for away through backward point. The field's going to chase it, but unable to get there. Fantastic delivery for his 4th delivery of the over. And he's cut away again for 4. That's a beautiful shot by Lehman. Just let the ball come to him.
This is certainly a thing they can ask. There's cut away, smashed away through the covers. Width again from Revis and Mays.
Here's Richardson, short and pulled away beautifully by Mays. He was onto that so quickly. Here comes Richardson again. Oh, and that's stylish. That's really stylish. That's really well played through mid-wicket for 4. Here's Revis, starts a new over then from the Kirkstone Lane end. Again, outside off stump. Yorkshire have got a man back on that cover point boundary to Lehman. Lehman earns the applause though because he takes a single. That brings up his half century.
Best for his 2nd delivery. Oh, that's well bowled. Beautiful bowling by Don Bess. Looks like he just played around that one a little bit, Mays.
From us from the Kirkstone Lane end. Oh, and he's got a good one there, and he takes the outside edge of Dawson's bat. Dawson has a quick look up.
There's a new over from George Hill. Oh, he's wrapped on the pad, Cody Youssef, and he's gone. Okay, which was great, and I really enjoyed it. Oh, a big shout for an LBW, and he's gone. 2nd wicket in the over.
2nd delivery. Oh, it's down. Chance. Sharp chance to Duke's edge there. Not sure if he took it off first slip. If it were his, but like I say, as a wicket keeper, you've got to go for that.
Patiently as Code comes in, and he's bowled him. And that's the breakthrough that Yorkshire need.
Into Lehman now. Oh, there's a big swing into the leg side. Is it going to go? It's all the way. No, he's caught it. Oh, brilliant catch. And a deserved 5 for Hill there. Fantastic.
Now. Oh, and Beans left one alone outside the off stump. It was fatal because he's been bowled. The off stump goes tumbling back.
And last week, that's an edge, and it's gone between first slip and gully, or deepish gully, and that's going for 4.
4th delivery up the hill. Down the hill, sorry, and it's clipped away into mid-wicket, and that'll run away for a 4. That's a great shot by Whiteman there. Baker just straying a little bit full there onto the pads of Whiteman. 2nd over. Oh, he's gone full again. It's pushed down the ground. I'm not sure if it'll go all the way. Will it? Abbott's chasing it. Oh, and it's gone for 4 runs. Baker to Whiteman. It's gone full. Oh, and it's pushed beautifully down the ground there. Glorious stroke. And that's 4 runs.
As Jack comes round the wicket to lithe in characteristic fashion, just rocks back onto the back foot and pulls that through mid-wicket for 4. It absolutely rockets towards the...
I say with the ball doing so much as Baker comes in again. There's a full field. Oh, he's given, he's gone.
He's gone. He's bowled
him. Chopped on there from Ben Code. Good bowling, pushed him back with a couple of bouncers. Coming to the crease. He's gone full. Oh, he's bowled him! He's 2 in 2 for Baker.
Wow. What a delivery that was, you have to say. Stand end coming into bowl to Adam Lythe, and Lythe just nonchalantly drives that through extra cover for 4 up to the Taverners stand up there on the far side. Terrific shot from him. Baker. And Revis has played it really, really well on his toes through the offside. A little bit shorter this time from Baker.
As Eddie Jack comes in and bowls, Revis again is comfortably behind that one. And there we are. 96 overs completed.
Here comes Baker again. 3 slips. Well pitched up. Great drive by Matthew Revis. Really well timed.
Being covered is Abbott around the wicket. Lythe drives through extra cover. Don't bother running for that. And Lythe doesn't.
In this Yorkshire reply, outside off stump, over pitched and just guided, really nicely guided by Adam Lythe. See a few more arriving as Lythe gets on the front foot and drives that one through the covers. My goodness me, he's timing the ball well this morning, Adam Lythe, wouldn't you? Here's Youssef in, and that is a little bit streaky, a little bit edgy from Adam Lythe. Here's Abbott again. Oh, and a full swing of the bat there from Revis. And he's looking at Jack again. Revis, plays that through mid-wicket really nicely, wristily, steers that one up towards the Taverners stand, running in towards us from the Howard stand end, and Revis absolutely gives that the treatment across the practice wickets towards the Western Terrace.
He certainly did. He's used that down the hill once more. Revis off the back foot, times that nicely through the gap at forward point, and that brings him 4 runs. He took 119 wickets, says Dave. Revis is off the back foot. A beautiful stroke through extra cover. He really is starting to time the ball.
Comes in, bowls, driven by Live, and that's just going to reach the boundary on the offside to Revis. Plays off the back foot, and that's 4 runs. That's a beautiful shot.
First period of commentary then, as Dawson comes in, just a little bit wider leg stump there, and Lythe gets a good glance in down towards the Kirkstone Lane end boundary, and actually picks up 4 first ball.
Showers, we'll have to wait and see. Oh, he's bowled him! And there's the early breakthrough after lunch as the off stump goes cartwheeling out the ground. Revis goes pushing forward. This county championship match between Hampshire and Somerset. We are very shortly going to get underway the afternoon session. The situation at the lunch break is that Somerset, who are overall looking to score 287 in their second innings to win this game, are 223 for 6. So from here they need another 64 runs, and Hampshire need another 4 wickets before they do so. Tom Abel is holding the Somerset innings together. He is 65 not out. Lewis Gregory is 11 not out. This morning, Somerset resumed on 139 for 3. They lost James Rue after 15 minutes, who added just 1 to his overnight total before he was caught behind off Kyle Abbott. Will Smead went chasing a wide one to Eddie Jack, caught at backward of point by Jake Lehman for 22. And Craig Overton, the last to go half an hour before the luncheon break, coming down the wicket to Liam Dawson and playing outside the line, and he was bowled for 4. It was a tense situation at 11 o'clock, and here we are at 20 to 2.
And it's still tense.
Thank you very much. If ever there was a man that loves taking words out of people's mouths, it's Anthony Gibson. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you, Kev, but yeah, it's going to be an intriguing, exciting hour or hour and a half.
Yeah,
Could be less than that if Hampshire pick up the 4 wickets they need quickly, but we're going to have Kyle Abbott opening up from this end, and he's got his 2 rabbits in his sights. He's now removed Lewis Gregory actually 9 times and Tom Abel 8 times. He's into Gregory, or take him on the pad, and loud appeal, but umpire Middlebrook not impressed. Too high, I think, as much as anything. Just hitting him on the above the knee roll. In fact, it's Tom Abel he's bowling at, not Lewis Gregory. They do look very similar at the crease. These similar height, similar stance. Both very correct players, well coached. Both vastly experienced. Been playing cricket for Somerset together for 12 years. Ooh, this comes off a leading edge out into the offside, but fortunately for Tom Abel, all along the ground. This, one feels, is the key partnership. If Hampshire can break this partnership within the next half an hour or so, then they'll be warm favourites to seal the deal. If these two are still batting together at 2:30, then Somerset hopes will be high, as Abbott is in, bowls to Abel, who's forward solidly in defence out into the offside. Liam Dawson's doing some practice bowling actions which suggest that he's going to come on from the pavilion end. Hampshire's 2 main weapons therefore will be operating in tandem, both of whom have spectacular records against Somerset. Abbott, he's in and bowls. Oh, and this is edged and just short of Toby Albert at first slip. anxious moment there. Well, at first slip is the only slip. He's not actually at first slip. He's at about 2.5 slip. Standing there with his legs wide apart, hands in his pockets, keeping them warm. There's quite a chill breeze blowing across the ground, so the crowd, even though it's sunny, well wrapped up. Abbott to Abel. Turns this away into the onside. There will be runs here, probably 2 of them, as the throw comes in, and they do indeed come back for 2. Abel on to 67, 225 for 6.
It's been a valuable 40 runs that he's added today.
Well, he's anchoring the run chase. I think that's what he's set himself to do.
Hasn't made a mistake, has he, today? Not that I can think of.
No. Well, he played and missed at Liam Dawson a couple of times. Just Abbott in bowls, and there's another run here as he just works that into the offside. Tom Abel will keep the strike. 226 for 6. Abel on to 68. That's the end of the first over of the afternoon session. 3 runs are scored from it, which means that Somerset need a further 61 runs to win.
So you can listen to these closing stages on the BBC Sport website and app. We are also on the live picture feed via the Hampshire Cricket website, and that's going out also on the Hampshire Cricket website. Smart speaker, just ask it to play Hampshire versus Somerset, and around the ground on the in-ground commentary. You're right, Anthony, it is Liam Dawson. Glenn Harmon emailed right on the stroke of lunch. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He said, quite enjoying the coverage.
Quite enjoying it.
Well, that's what it says here, I know. Maybe we might need to up our game a little bit more. Maybe we're not quite conveying the drama. We'll take that on board. Here's Dawson around the wicket, and forward is Abel. And much appreciate the 4-day format ending on Monday. I live in Somerset and work in Queen Square in Bristol.
Yeah, oh well.
Which is historically Gloucestershire, as it's on the north bank of the Avon.
Mm-hmm.
Bit more of that to come as Dawson, with 1 slip, comes in again and bowls, and forward is Abel once more. But I'm wearing my wyvern hat nonetheless.
It's not a wyvern, it's a dragon.
There we go. About to nip out to the cider shed off King Street.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Along the Welsh back for a pint of Wilkins.
Yeah. Wilkins, Mudgley near Wedmore.
There we go. Other beers
Joss
available.
Butler country.
Quick single out on the leg side. Abel moves on to 69, 227 for 6. 60 runs needed now. He's about to nip out for a pint to ensure victory. Keep up the excellent coverage, says Glenn. Oh, so we've gone from quite enjoying.
He was only quite enjoying.
Yeah. Within the space of finishing off the email, it's actually very good coverage.
Lewis Gregory about to face his first delivery after lunch. From Liam Dawson. He's right forward, pushing that up the onside of the pitch. Slip. 3 saving 1. In fact, this is driven by Gregory, but only as far as extra cover. Good firm shot, but Gubbins there to do the fielding, as so often in this innings. He's done a great job at extra cover for Hampshire, saved any number of runs there. This is cut away. Don't know why I'm doing this over. It should be your over, I think.
Oh, it is, isn't it? Yeah, sorry, I was momentarily distracted. Well, not momentarily, I'm usually distracted. Is that the end of the over? Yes,
yeah,
it
they
is,
took a single there, so Gregory will keep the strike. 228 for 6.
I think because I was reading this email, Benjamin Essua, hope I've said that right, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. As a Sussex cricket fan enjoying a week's sojourn, I have been totally enraptured by this current match, absolutely fascinating in its twists and turns, a true reflection of what county cricket should inspire in spectators and potential new viewers to this glorious game. I'm very much enjoying your informed commentary and jocular manner He's in Hove, is Benjamin.
Right, we've got Kyle Abbott bowling to Lewis Gregory. He's in bowls, and Gregory plays that back to the bowler. Abbott got Gregory in the Somerset first innings, bowled him without, when he didn't play a shot, a ball that nipped back. And well, Gregory just wanders away towards square leg. He's a cool customer, is Lewis Gregory. But I expect even Gregory's heart will be beating fairly fiercely at the moment, as Abbott is in and bowls. Gregory gets a delivery pitched up to him on off stump, plays a defensive push. Got no one out, saving 4 on the boundary on the offside. Got men out at long leg and deep square leg on the onside. But Hampshire are adopting very similar tactics to those used successfully by Somerset yesterday, frustrating the batsman, keeping the runs down rather than over-attacking. Abbott in bowls, and not a good ball, well played by Gregory. It's the sort of pitch on which the odd ball is misbehaving, so if you can keep the scoring rate down, keep the pressure on the batsman, sooner or later something's going to happen.
And we are, at the end of this over, 8 overs away from a second new ball.
Well, I did say at the start I thought the second new ball might have a part to play in the outcome of this game. Abbott to Gregory, looking for a single into the offside, but it's not there as he plays that straight to Gubbins. Fancy Lewis Gregory's just opened up his stance a little bit. It's the first game he's played in the county championship. He's been out of action with a chest injury. Annie Chave on Twitter.
Who?
Annie Chave. Oh, you know who Annie Chave is. 4-day cricket is too tense, she says. Yeah. It is tense indeed. Here's Abbott in bowls, and it's a hesitant shot from Gregory. He wasn't at the pitch of that, just rather feeling for it. Squirts out into the offside.
Angled in a little bit. Just need a little bit more pace off that wicket.
Challenging stuff from Kyle Abbott, as one would expect. It's Gregory's bat, patting in the crease. Abbott bowls. Oh, Gregory forward, bat and pad close together, takes him on the pad. Might have been a bit of bat involved in any way. At any rate, his pad was outside the off stump. It's a maiden over from Kyle Abbott, 16 over 7 mains, 1 for 35.
That morning session, which was 2 hours and 30 overs were bowled in that time. Somerset added 84 for the loss of 3 wickets. Said at the time Hampshire needed a minimum of 3. It was a minimum because there were just 59 runs needed. David Green has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk as we wait for Dawson to start the next over. His 26th, 1 for 64 he has, around the wicket and bowls, and Abel leaves that one alone. He says, whoever wins today, I've spent the majority of the last 4 days listening and watching this absorbing game. A wonderful example of the only true form of cricket. Come back to that after this delivery. Dawson's taking his time, a little bit more than normal. In he comes, in bowls, and Abel is forward. Having just had another new knee recently implanted, this has provided a wonderful distraction to the pain. Alas, next week we'll watch and listen to Kent, my county, for which, alas, there are no painkillers strong enough. And David is in the North Cotswolds. Dawson is taking his time between balls here.
Yeah.
Trying to create his own suspense there as Abel again gets well forward. So Sunshine is out for what will probably be the last session of the game. I'd be very surprised if we're back here after tea. Can't believe that the scoring will slow that much. Because that's the only way I think we will be here past tea. But down the wicket comes Abel, hit in the air, one bounce up to mid-on. I think he was trying to flick that away a little squarer of where there is a big gap. Came down the wicket to Dawson yesterday and was mis-stumped. That's the only real mistake in his innings. 228 for 6. Dawson is taking his time. Here he is again, bowls, and Abel pushes forward to a good length delivery.
Bit of psychological warfare, I think, from Liam Dawson.
100%. Trying to get the batters to think a little too much about the next delivery. Dawson, who switched ends before lunch, did get his reward. Bowling Craig Overton. Probably felt he wasn't getting much luck or anything from this pavilion, from this hotel end, but he's at the pavilion end now as he comes around the wicket again, and Abel's off the back foot. Will take a quick single up towards mid-off, and he will keep the strike. And it is 229 for 6, and 58 runs now are needed.
Abel into the 70s. It's been a innings of huge concentration. 167 deliveries he's faced for his 70 runs as Tom Abel, with just the 4 boundaries in it, but he's doing a job for his side. Sandy Chave says 4-day cricket is too tense, and James Lambert says, but isn't it wonderful? As Abbott is in and bowls, and this is turned into the onside by Abel, but won't get a run. Yeah, it's been a really good game, I must say. Whoever wins it, it's been a very good advertisement for 4-day county cricket. Just a pity there haven't been a few more people here to watch it. We had, I think, 1,300 on the first day was the best crowd. But there wouldn't be anything like that number here today. Abbott comes in and bowls, and a gust of wind sends a cloud of dust from Abel's crease blowing out towards cover point.
I get the feeling Tom Abel's not in a hurry to finish off this game, is he? He's played really well. He's played very, very well today.
Absolutely.
He's been a rock. Absolute rock.
That's his role, isn't it? He's on strike now to Abbott. Takes him on the pad, appeal for LBW. Didn't look particularly convincing. Well, maybe just a little bit too high. Hit him on the knee roll.
It was a little bit closer than I thought it was when it
yeah.
initially hit him, but yeah, it didn't feel out, did it, when he got hit? He'll be outside the line, actually, if anything.
But Sunshine as Abbott comes bullishly in and bowls a full-length delivery, which is played firmly but defensively by Tom Abel up to Eddie Jack at mid-off. Kyle Abbott offering these two Somerset batsmen absolutely nothing since lunch.
I know, he's on it as always. I just worry by the time the second new ball's due, because he's already bowled 3 overs in this spell. By the time the second new ball's due, he'll have bowled 6 overs in this spell, assuming he's on for that long. Oh, gosh.
Would they take the new ball, though?
That's the other thing. I think you have to, don't you?
Abbott to Abel. Lets that go through outside the off stump to Ben Brown. I think it would
leave,
depend what the match situation is, I suspect.
I think you've got to. I mean, some of those balls, I mean, they are just offering, when it hits the deck coming back a fraction, that would obviously be a little quicker and a little bit more with a new hard ball, which might, you know, just make the difference. But of course, it does mean that the ball comes harder off the bat. You've got to balance it out.
Short mid-wicket in, catching position for Abbott to Abel. That just comes off the inside edge, out into the onside. Just another maiden over from Kyle Abbott. 17 overs, 8 maidens, 1 for 35, and the Hampshire bowlers keeping the pressure on. And time for me to make way for Charlie Harden.
Chris Carpenter has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. He says, really enjoying the coverage. No quite from us. Watching the stream with my wife and son in Herne Bay, hoping for a Somerset victory. Welcome back, Charlie. You've got his lunch eventually. Turn yourself on.
Sorry, I've turned myself on there as well. Yeah, I wolfed it down. I seriously did.
Did you? What?
It was a nice cottage pie, I think. I feel a bit bad. Kevin Howes gave me a couple of looks as I was eating it, and I think he fancied some himself, so perhaps I should have saved some. But the new ball is 6 overs away. Liam Dawson is on from the pavilion end. And it's interesting whether Hampshire are going to opt to take it or not. You've got to say they will. However, runs could start to come quickly for Somerset with that hard new ball. But here's the old soft one, as this is defended into the offside off Dawson. No run.
Yeah. Yeah, I think on balance you've got to take it. You've got to. And I would keep Abbott on probably. But then it depends on how Liam Dawson goes over the next 3 overs of this spell.
He's got a few to grip, hasn't he? Variable bounce. As he continues left arm round. Bowls and defending is Gregory's on 12.
How many runs have we had since lunch? 6.
Well,
and we've had 20 minutes play.
I've just been thinking that how much the game is crawling to a conclusion. It's almost becoming a really, really tricky watch as you're sort of peeping through the gaps between your fingers. As Dawson bowls again, and defending, is there a little strike on the pad? I don't think there is. A lot of those little noises, aren't there, coming from the field? Stifled appeals.
No, you do at this stage. Get excited about every little thing. At this rate, we are coming back after tea.
Maybe a draw. Dawson, he's in. It's the crease, bowls, and a late cut, or is there a chance for a catch? There's not. Ben Brown takes it. It's another close one. And that really has gripped. Just back of a good length, and Gregory looking to cut it away through point. Maybe. I've been hearing a few bits of chatter about the potential of bringing Tom Press back on, but 58 runs to play with. It's a tough balance as Dawson bowls and is struck on the pad, and another little appeal. It's all happening here at Utilita Bowl. We've got one more ball, and you get the feeling something must happen, as that one was almost lodged between the boot and the bat of Lewis Gregory.
Well, what's good about this Dawson-Abbott bowling partnership is that the innings doesn't seem to be going anywhere at the moment.
Dawson bowls and struck on the bat, another little appeal. What is going on here? That ends the over, 229 for 6. 6 dot balls, each one feeling like an event.
And you can tell from the applause around the ground that that's just raised a few people's spirits watching this game. Jim Hode has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. He says he's enjoying what's going on, but he says he'll only start to really enjoy it when Somerset only requires single figures to win. At this rate, that will be in some considerable time.
Yeah, and potentially with Hampshire maybe even only needing 1 wicket to win, so I'm not sure how comfortable we'll be feeling in the single digits. 9 down.
Here's Abbott, runs away from us, and he's bowling another good length ball, which is just clipped away on the leg side by Tom Abel. Played that shot a few times in this very, very important innings from the former captain. 229 for 6, and this partnership has realised 32.
Yeah, Tom Abel, even from last night, always just a calm head at the crease. Never really making you feel too worried as a Somerset fan, but pressure's on now.
Yeah. Here's Abbott, bowls, another good length delivery, but he's forward, bat and pad close together is Lewis Gregory. Now, an email here from Ollie Randall, and this place sounds wonderful, and it's really because of Race Across the World that I sort of got remotely interested in this place and thought that might be an awesome place to visit. I'm listening nervously from Samarkand in Uzbekistan, where I'm working as a tour manager, having just finished a cricket-related history PhD back in London. It's 6 o'clock here. There's Abbott's in and bowls. Forward is Gregory, out towards extra cover, finds Gubbins. And I have to keep reminding myself that the draw isn't in play. Well, no, not yet.
Uzbekistan. That's one of those countries I can never think about on a map. I know it's roughly middle of Asia, I'd say. Bit west.
Look it up. You can give us a more definitive answer. 2:30 for 6. Abbott again, bowls. Edged! Oh, it's between keeper and first slip, but I don't think it would have carried. But he has found the gap, and more importantly, from a Somerset view, it's 4 runs. Good delivery. He's asking a lot of questions here, Abbott, with not a lot of help. No, it was always going to ground. Gregory moves on to 12, 2:30 for 6. Aid Smith has emailed. I also have been watching and listening for 4 days, and work is piling up. I was expecting to have a full day at the ground yesterday and planned to drive my son from Basingstoke to Pompey Uni, only to get to his house and he'd forgotten his keys. A bonus 3 extra hours in the car, says Aid, as Abbott turns. Comes in again and bowls. Oh, he's playing a missing outside the off stump, and that did carry nicely through to Ben Brown. Missed the first session and had the cricket on the car radio, says Aid. Suffice to say, there wasn't much conversation in the car. Keep up the good work, and also to get these 4 wickets ASAP.
You can imagine how the son would be feeling, having brought him out all the way without a key. I feel like I've done something similar.
Have you?
Yeah, and you just feel like you're incredibly guilty because you have to drive that extra 3 hours. At least they've got the cricket on, you know. Brighten the mood.
Last ball of Abbott's 18th over. In again, bowls, and Gregory gets a bat on this one. Again, it's a good tight line, but he can't breach the defences of the all-rounder. And it's 2:34 for 6. We are 4 overs away from the second new ball. Abbott has now bowled 4 overs with this old ball, and Somerset from here need another 53.
Well, he's threatening that same dismissal. You mentioned it earlier, Kev, about the in-swinging nipper that takes off the bails. And he's really threatening that as Lewis Gregory defends solidly. But Dawson is strolling out to the crease, having a little word with the umpire, as we see a little meeting between Brown, Abbott and Gubbins, discussing the play. Liam Dawson is in a teapot shape.
I think that's about whether Abbott carries on or not.
You can see he's thinking about whether he can have enough energy to take on the new ball and also take it on with his everlasting consistency. But Dawson's got the ball back. There's a slip in. You've got 2 relatively close fielders in the covers. Still that cover point, which is only about 4 or 5 wickets to the offside of Abel. As he faces up on 71, it's 2-3-4 for 6 as Dawson walks in. It's the crease, bowls and defending. Back to the bowler. Each dot carries tension, even a solid block. So he shines the ball, again looking up. Last time he looked up, he did get the wicket of Craig Overton. I'm sure it's not quite true, but some similarities. As Dawson holds the ball up in both hands and hops in, bowls off the back foot, and it's taken by Ben Brown. Another play and a miss. Each ball from Liam Dawson, he's really getting them to grip now. He's almost half celebrated every dot ball in the last 2 overs or so. A chance could come at any time. Tom Albert at slip has his hands on his knees and waits as Dawson bowls, and it's past the outside edge again. And Ben Brown takes and whips off the bails just to add to the drama.
He tried to take the bat away, but I think it was a bit late. It's amazing, isn't it? As you get nearer and nearer the finale of this game, so each ball is like micro analysed, isn't it?
Abel raises his bat as he faces and drives this out to mid-off. It's cut off by Gubbins at cover, so another dot. One of the calmer dots of this over, you'd say.
Yeah, every slight mistake magnified.
Dawson waits and adds a little bit of saliva to the ball. Runs in, bowls, and blocked into the leg side. Again, still not incredibly convincingly, as Ben Brown rushes to pick it up. I think the fielders will also know that this part of the game, it's really important they keep that level of intensity out in the field. Make sure the batters know, if they didn't know already, that it's a very tense situation. Dawson, he likes to take his time at the top of his mark, doesn't he? Even adding to the drama as he bowls and defending out towards cover point. That ends the over. A well bowled maiden by Dawson. And it's 2-3-4 for 6.
Trevor Harris, who's in Leighton Buzzard, has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. Enjoying this nail biter. And excellent commentary, thank you, that's very nice of you. As a Somerset fan, I can't help thinking that even at this early stage of the season, this is a defining match. For the first time since I can remember. We're only playing Surrey once this term, and that's the final game of the season. I see Surrey as the strongest side, even though they've drawn both their games so far. I just get the feeling that if we win today, we could break our horrible duck of never having won the title. If we lose, we'll only get 4 points, and I fear the worst.
Yeah, an interesting one as Somerset sit top of the table with a strong side. But Abbott's going to continue. But Surrey, I think. Surrey were my tips at the start of the year. Surrey was the team that I thought were going to come back after Notts won it previously. But Kyle Abbott's to continue.
Still got that wide slip in Toby Albert as he bowls, and that's a push into the offside and a quick single for Lewis Gregory. Takes him on to 17, and it's 2:35 for 6, and now from here Somerset need 52. Hampshire have taken those 3 wickets this morning. They have yet to take one since lunch, and we're just over the half-hour mark. Somerset have added 22, no, 12 runs since lunch. Another length ball which Abel works on the onside.
Would you have an over before the new ball? It's 2.5 overs away. I'm just thinking that Tom Prest over just before lunch almost had a chance every delivery. Could he be brought back on maybe last over before new ball?
That's an interesting one, isn't he? He looked as likely as anybody to take a wicket, didn't he? With his part-time off-spin. That's a tough damn. What do you do when these situations are so tight? Another length ball again, which is met with an equally straight defensive shot by Abel. Fred Bramham says, hello, enjoying the commentary whilst I'm cleaning the kitchen windows, and I don't want to miss the cricket. The dog's waiting for a walk. Can the cricket be paused for a bit while I walk the dogs? I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll just quickly nip down and we'll run out and ask the umpires if perhaps just for half an hour we can hold the game. Well, I'm sure we'll have a discussion about that. They won't give me short shrift, will they? Here comes Abbott. Oh, it's nipped away, but it's a good leave.
Well, you mentioned yesterday the prospect of game stopped play due to earthquake. And
In Japan,
what would that be? This is match stopped play due to
due to fan
Dog
walking
walk.
dog 100 miles away. Yeah.
a just reason to stop the proceedings there, I reckon.
Yeah, it's worth a consultation, isn't it? Here's Abbott again. He's 2 balls away from completing 19 overs, 1 for 41. Got the first wicket this morning of James Rue, an important one. Looking for another important one here as he bowls to Abel, who pushes that back to Abbott. He felt Rue was one of the 2 important wickets, but Abel has been there since the start of play. Looking difficult to dislodge, despite playing a missing once or twice, which you'd expect on a wearing pitch.
Yeah, and I think if Rue was still out here, I'd almost say the game might be done by now.
Abbott runs away from us once more, and Abel works that into the gap on the offside, just a single. 51 runs now required by Somerset at the end of that Abbott over. Tony Badcott has also emailed, this might be one for Anthony when he comes back on shortly. Just wondered how many of the current Somerset team that Sonny Baker would have played with during his time at Taunton. Well, I would definitely say Tom Abel, Craig Overton, Jack Leach, just to name some off the top of my head, Tom Lammerby. There's probably 1 or 2 others in there as well.
Gregory.
Oh, Lewis Gregory, no one now.
Dawson then, to continue. Still no sign of the 1 over spell of Tom Press, but here comes Dawson, bowls and a defensive shot from Tom Abel, who sits on 72, 236 for 6. Feels like we haven't seen a boundary in ages, but we did see one a few overs ago off the bowling of Kyle Abbott. But the game just feels like it's stalling. As Dawson's in, and down the track comes Tom Abel and whips it away through mid-wicket. I can reassure you that runs are still flowing here at Utilita Bowl as a boundary, and brings up 76 for Abel and 240 for 6 for Somerset.
It's a really good shot when you come down to a wicket with the ball gripping a little bit for Dawson, and the ball could quite easily go past the outside edge. You do need to get close to the pitch of it, and that's exactly what Abel did.
Yeah, we haven't seen a huge amount from Abel. Advancing down the wicket. Dawson bowls, and back goes Abel and punches it up to a deepish mid-off, and they take another single, so a 4 followed by a single. And Abel moves to 77. 46 now to win. 4 wickets needed from Hampshire. As the clouds start to cover the blue sky slightly more, as it peeps through, and Dawson bowls, and back goes Gregory and blocks it back to the bowler, no run. Tense. It's been tense all day. It's been tense the last 2 days. 4 days. Maybe not too tense on day 1. Much tenser now. Dawson walks past the umpire, bowls, and a pushing drive out towards mid-off. Again, they get a single there, Somerset. Interesting position, just having those 2 fielders on either side of the bowler, relatively deep. Mid-on's come a bit closer now as deep mid-wicket goes out for Abel. Dawson hits the crease, bowls, and a leave from Abel. Back to his leaving ways. That ends the over. 6 runs from it. 242 for 6.
45-run partnership now between these two for the 7th wicket, and right now I'm 100% behind taking the second new ball. I think Hampshire just need to just mix things up a little bit now, and I would keep Abbott on. He's not got a game next week. He's got a week off. Maybe bowl him, 2 or 3 more overs in a spell that you would normally do, knowing that there's not much to come for a while. That's what I'd do. Be interesting to see what Ben Brown decides. We did see Archie Vaughan take the second new ball off the top of my head. So look, Dawson could continue with it, but I would certainly continue with Abbott. And there are just, look, this is the last over with the with this new ball. Here he is then, bowling to Lewis Gregory in, and Gregory's forward. That's up to mid-off.
And after Archie Vaughan did take the new ball, it wasn't long till he dismissed Liam Dawson. So he got caught at mid-wicket coming down the track. So potentially a ploy. I still feel I would like to see a little bit of Tom Prest bowling with the old ball. It's risky. It is risky.
Well, it is, isn't it? But that one over before lunch, he could have taken 2 or 3 wickets. Here comes Abbott in again and bowls a quick single and the covers. Oh, Gubbins is across, but had a little bit too much work to do, and that's again a very good quick single. 44 needed.
Dangerous fielder to take on there, Nick Gubbins. We had a nice email in that said he saved almost 30 runs, just maybe bobbled in front of him, which prevented a clean pickup, but I think it was a pretty safe single in the end.
243 for 6. The last wicket fell at 197. That was Craig Overton. Abbott comes in again and bowls to Abel. Oh, and Abel leaves that one alone, and that's gone through Ben Brown. It was an awkward bounce once more. He got a lot of a body behind it, but it will be 2 byes. And each run now is crucial in terms of Hampshire trying to make a breakthrough, because they still need another 4 wickets here. And now it's just 42 runs that are needed.
You really do not envy Ben Brown. He's got his hand out of his glove again. It's back in the glove now, but another shock to the finger as he has to get the long barrier out.
Abbott in again to Abel. Just works that away to mid-wicket. So there are 2 balls left of the 80th over, and all eyes will be on Ben Brown, who's at the moment just bent down. I think probably because he's taken a painful blow on the wrist, but I'm sure at the same time he's thinking, what do we do? What do we do? He's probably already decided. Abbott in again. Abel pushes forward. Easy as you like. There really is not a lot of pace off this track, especially with this ball.
As we saw in that previous delivery as well, I think I'd be inclined to take the new ball, and partly because still with 42 needed, if it was sub 20, the new ball could just get whacked a couple of times to the boundary and all of a sudden game's over. But I feel like 40 runs is just enough to take it.
Abbott to Abel. Abel works that straightest delivery to mid-wicket. That's the end of the over. 245 for 6. Charlie Harden is staying on. And I'm going to make way for Anthony Gibson. There's Somerset then. 245 for 6 with Abel on 77 and Lewis Gregory on 19.
Yeah, just looking to see if no sign of the new ball being taken, I don't think. Not yet, anyway. Oh, yes, it is. There it is. Umpire Nigel Long holding it up to the scorers. So the new ball is being taken, which is a bit of a risk on Hampshire's part, because it will go off the bat that little bit faster. But I think as long as these two are together, they'll look to accumulate. They'll look to defend predominantly, pick up runs here and there. I think if one of them gets out, then the survivor will probably go for their shots, because there isn't a huge amount of batting to come. So it's Dawson to Gregory. Cuts this away through the offside. It's just going to be a single.
Instantly racing off the bat there.
246 for 6. Gregory on to 20. He Means that Tom Abel has just put his gloves back on. Somebody on Twitter asked me why he takes his gloves off when he's not on strike. It's probably because his hands are sweating. Abel stretches forward, plays this out into the offside.
And it is getting warmer out there under the sun. Did a little walk round the berm earlier.
It's quite a chilly breeze though. Dawson to Abel. Plays this firmly back to the bowler.
We're at a point in the day here up in the gantry where we can feel that brisk breeze, but we can't quite feel the warmth of the sun. So we're still yet to warm up.
Dawson to Abel. This one bounces and turns, but from a long way outside the off stump, and Tom Abel can let it go through to Ben Brown. A tweet from Callum Helmer that I'll come to at the end of the over, because even though Liam Dawson is taking his time, he's in bowls to Tom Abel, who turns this away up to long on for a comfortable single, and that's the 50 partnership between the two of them. 50 from 122 balls in 75 minutes, so it's been slow going, but that's exactly what the situation demands. Somerset's two most, well, no, not quite, yes I think they are, no, Craig Overton, I was going to say two most experienced players, but as Gregory defends, Craig Overton came into the side before Tom Abel. That's the end of that over. 247 for 6. Yeah, Callum Helmer says, Anthony, listening in from Froome, do you think James Roux could open the batting in Test cricket if Zach Crawley's form continues to be poor? Well, I asked Jason Kerr that, the Somerset head coach, on whenever it was, Saturday evening, and he said yes, basically.
Well, Anthony, the question was, do you think? Do you think he could open?
I'd like to see him opening for Somerset first. I think he's got the temperament. I think he's got the technique. I think he's got the head for it. You know, so yes, I think he probably could. But I think it would do him no harm to get a bit of practice in opening the batting for Somerset. This is going to be interesting. Kyle Abbott with a new ball.
And an extra slip is going in. Ben Mays seems to be the pick at gully, so I assume he'll be going into that position, which he is. So we've got a first slip.
He's quite close in at gully as well.
Yeah, we haven't seen too many balls racing through at a high height. Here's Abbott then, into the crease, bowls, and brings about the outside half of the bat. Trundles out towards third man for a single, and Abel gets a run to start the over. He moves on to 79. This is going to be a seriously watchable passage of play, this. Kyle Abbott with the new ball. Doesn't get better really for Hampshire. Email from Nigel, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Good afternoon. I have come across to you now from watching Lancashire, and with the commentary on the radio and the live stream, then all should be good. Should be. But the live stream pictures are 2 balls behind the radio commentary. As Kyle Abbott rushes in, bowls, and a fleeting drive towards backward point, and a fumble brings about a single. So Gregory gets an extra run, which brings that lead down to 38, which in a way is a blessing, so I know when to put my mug of tea down in case it spills. Yeah, do not spill that cup of tea. Especially on if you've got any pale trousers on.
Oh dear, Gloucestershire have gone down to Lancashire. Miserable start to the season for them, I'm afraid.
Certainly is. Lancashire look at strong side as well. They had to make a couple of subs in that game. Abbott bowls and shoulder of the bat down into the point region for another single. They look for 2, Tom Abel. But 250 up for Somerset, and this partnership is proving to be a very tricky one to dislodge for Hampshire.
Yes, they've shown great application, determination, these two.
Yeah, coming in still with 90 needed. After a little flurry of wickets, Smead fell at 188 for 5, then 197 for 6 when Overton went. Kyle Abbott bowls, and this one pops up, but played safely down towards point for no run. Yeah, 250 for 6 now, Somerset. 37 to win. And Abel on 80. You just hope he's not thinking too far ahead. He's an experienced customer. He'll be doing just fine down there, I reckon. Although Kyle Abbott is asking the right questions. Here he comes. He's halfway through his run-up. It's the crease, bowls, and it pops up again, and the glove comes flying off the bat as the ball runs along the ground to gully.
Played that by Lewis Gregory, because it did bounce on him and he managed to keep it down. Yes, Tom Abel, though, I mean, he just so loves playing cricket for Somerset. There'd be no one in that dressing room who wants more to win more desperately than Tom Abel. And he'll be, if he were to get out and Somerset don't win, he would be absolutely desolate.
Well, he's on 80 and at the non-strikers. Gregory on strike to Abbott, who's in and defending. Gregory straight back past the stumps at the other end. So that ends the over. Just 3 runs from it. 250 for 6.
Yeah, elsewhere looks like Essex are on the verge of defeat against Warwickshire. They're 94 runs short of winning and only 2 wickets remaining on 112 for 8. Luke Benkenstein has gone, bowled by Ethan Bamber for 39. Lancashire, as we've been saying, have beaten Gloucestershire by 4 wickets, and Middlesex against Northants looks like a draw. Middlesex 282 for 2, 214 ahead, but not that many overs to go. Here's Dawson into Abel, and he turns that away into the onside for they're going to come back for a second run, and that's well run, and forcing the mistake from the fielder as well. And 2 runs are taken. Abel on to 82, score on to 252 for 6, the requirement down to 35. And that gap is now being plugged, probably not before time. Hampshire, I think, conscious now that these two could launch a flurry of shots. This is just played up the onside of the pitch there by Tom Abel, picked up by Ben Mays. When the target comes in view, I think we might see a rather more attacking approach, but not just yet. Dawson to Abel, turns this into the onside, but there won't be a run. Goes straight to Kyle Abbott at backward square leg.
We're approaching that sort of number 35. They'll really be starting to think about it. It's hard to know when they'll start to push for boundaries.
Dawson bowls. Abel will get a comfortable single. Just hesitated momentarily there, thinking that Ben Mays might get across to cut it off, but couldn't do so. 253 for 6.
That feels the way to do it, doesn't it? Just tick it down slowly.
I think that's what it's working at the moment.
Yeah.
Deep point is going out. So we got deep point, we got deep mid wicket as well. Gregory forward to a quicker ball from Dawson.
We're only a few overs into it, but it's interesting to know whether the new ball was the right call. We won't know just yet.
Well, it hasn't been a flurry of scoring from it.
No, true.
Dawson again to Gregory. Gets in a bit of a tangle, but manages to get plenty of bat onto it. Back to Dawson, end of that over. Dawson, 31 overs, 7 maidens, 1 for 76. But this partnership going on. It's now worth 56, 253 for 6. Somerset need 34 more to win this game, which would be their first win against Hampshire in the last 10 encounters, of which Hampshire have won 5.
Hampshire have got the winning ways then against Somerset, and here at Utilita Bowl on this fine day, we thank you very much for the emails that are coming in. Anyone listening around the ground and beyond. Kyle Abbott is getting ready to continue. We've had a lovely email from Neil Glynn with subject title Fly Tying, which is a sport of mine, I must say. I do like the odd bit of fishing. But here comes Kyle Abbott. Orange soles are flicking up as he bowls, and a push off the back foot into the covers for no run. Afternoon, gentlemen. Started to torch the cricket, but decided I would be better served tying some dry flies after James Rew was dismissed early. Retired to my tying studio. That sounds very impressive. And left the cricket on downstairs. We seemed to be progressing nicely, so I went downstairs to make a coffee. On my way to the kitchen, I glanced at the screen only to see Smead got out. Coffee made and consumed, I made my way back to the studio just as Craig Overton decided to dance down the wicket. Here's Kyle Abbott running past the stumps, bowls and defended into the offside, and got bowled. I shall not be moving from the fly tying table until the conclusion of the match. Attached picture of spent mayfly and emerger, the fruits of my labour. It looks a very interesting mayfly, I must say. So we're approaching, of course, mayfly season. Dry flies are the flies you put on top of the water, I believe. Wet flies are the ones you sink slightly beneath the water, like the nymphs. But the mayflies are, of course, in mayfly season, sit on top of the surface for the fish to rise at. As this one's a close leave from Tom Abel. You into your fishing, Anthony?
No, I'm not a fisherman. I don't have the patience for it. But we are very much in fishing country. I mean, we've got the River Itchen, just a couple of miles away from here, which is one of the great trout streams in England, and of course the River Test as well. But yeah, Philip Newman Hall is doing a cat jigsaw puzzle, saying, what else do you do when you're listening to a very tense finish to Somerset and Gibbo gives you palpitations with every delivery?
As Abbott bowls and a whip through mid-wicket, glorious shot. The new ball races away to the boundary through that straight mid-wicket region. And a lovely shot from Tom Abel as it's now 30 to win.
No palpitations there. I must say, I'm full of admiration for people, really keen supporters who can listen. If I was at home now, not here, I'd turn the thing off and just go away and do something else and come back and look.
Well, that's exactly
in half an hour's time.
Neil sat in his fly studio. Can't bear to watch. Here's Abbott, bowls and defending out to the covers. That was an email on hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. Tom says, hi all, superb commentary. Thank you very much. I would quickly like to credit the Hampshire groundsman for creating a brilliant wicket, offers a balance between bat and ball and a thrilling conclusion. Come on, Somerset. Thanks again, Tom. It's always interesting when you look at a pitch, isn't it? And actually, any pitch that goes down the last 4 days, you've got to say, a good pitch for a cricket match.
Yep, absolutely.
Abbott approaches the wicket, then bowls right arm over, and it pops up and hits Abel on the thigh pad, maybe a little bit more central. Oh,
just
he's really crouching down.
Just inside of the thigh, I think.
Didn't look too comfortable, but that ends the over. 2-5-7 for 6.
Do batsmen confer? I suspect they're just saying that. Just keep on going. It's going okay. We're going to have a bowling change, I think, from the pavilion end, which means that ordeal by Dawson will be suspended for the time being. And I think the Somerset batsman would be probably quite relieved about that. Not that Cody Youssef is not a very useful operator, but wily old Liam Dawson has been posing a lot of problems. Whereas I think the batsmen will be hoping they might just get the odd looser delivery from Cody Youssef. We shall see. 30 needed with 4 wickets in hand. Sounds straightforward, but a wicket now. Yes, Philip Newman Hall says, hoping it won't be much longer before I can breathe normally. I know exactly how you feel. It's so drawn out, the tension, isn't it? I mean, it's been tense all day. In a 20-over game of cricket, when you get a close finish, all right, it's close, but it's concentrated in about half an hour. Whereas we've been doing this now for 3 hours.
It's draining.
Here's Yousafin and bowls to Gregory, who punches it up to mid-off and doesn't take a run. Got Toby Albert at slip, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and then out at deep mid-wicket, long leg, and third man. Youssef to Gregory. Hammers this away through the offside for 4. The target goes down, the requirement goes down to 26. Gregory goes on to 25, 261 for 6.
Exactly what you just said, Anthony.
Yeah, short
the odd
and wide.
loose ball. And Cody Youssef. Liam Dawson was holding up an end for a while at the pavilion end, and just as with any bowler, first over back of a new spell and drops one short for Gregory to tuck into.
Point goes back to the boundary. Yousafin and bowls. This is well fielded by that man Gubbins, tumbling over at short extra cover. It wouldn't have been a boundary, but there'd certainly been at least one. Martin says, great comms as always. Tom Abel, grit, application, determination, yeah. And passion as well. Yes. Youssef to Gregory, gets in behind a defensive shot to a good ball.
So
Somerset don't win from here, they'll kick themselves.
They will, but it would also be a very, very good win coming here to Utilita Bowl, and Somerset pulling off, well, if they do get there.
If,
yeah. 287, not long to go. 26 to win for Somerset.
Youssef to Gregory. He's not getting carried away in any way. Lewis Gregory just playing that defensively out into the offside.
But what I would say very quickly before I make way for Kevin James at the end of the over, every time Somerset have looked like they've been on top of the game, something's happened. So anything can happen here.
Last ball of the over, he's in and bowls, and Gregory again plays a defensive shot. That's the end of the Cody Youssef over. He has 12 overs for 43. 4 runs in that over. That offside shot from Lewis Gregory. 261 for 6. Somerset need another 26 with 4 wickets in hand. And we're going to have some Sonny Baker. Which last throw of the dice, Kev?
It's getting pretty close to it, isn't it? I think something's got to happen soon from a Hampshire point of view. Tom Abel's been immense. And I don't think there's much more Hampshire could have done today. The game's not over, it's never over until it's over, of course. But yeah, Sonny Baker's got to find something here. Maybe there's a bit of extra pace that might just surprise the batter. He's got the second new ball in his hand. Here we go then. Runs away from us. Bowls, it's left outside the off stump, and even that didn't quite carry through properly to Ben Brown, who again is lying backwards with the ball bouncing in front of him.
Yeah, he's had a tough time of it, hasn't he?
Well, 64-run partnership between these two, and I've always felt today Hampshire have always been at least 1 wicket behind where they would really ideally like to be. But when they took Craig Overton half an hour before lunch, the last thing they needed was a decent partnership here between Abel and Gregory, and that's just what Somerset have been able to do. And it has brought them close to victory here. Here's Baker, bowls. That's a good leave. That did carry through nicely to Brown. Did nip back a fraction. Did nip back.
Yeah, it's quite a long way outside the off stump though.
So 26 needed. Abel, who started the day on 27, is 87 not out, and Lewis Gregory has given some great support out there. He's 25, and Sonny Baker hasn't been able to add to his 3 wickets, his 3 quick wickets last night. There's the little skip at the top of his mark, and he's in. Pass to Abel once more. Good leave again. Good shape.
Your correspondent asked how many of these Somerset players Sonny Baker would have played with in first-class cricket. The answer is none.
Oh, really?
Because he didn't play any first-class cricket for Somerset.
Oh, well, there you are.
He would have played with 1 or 2 of them in 50-over cricket. I think he played 1 T20 game for Somerset from memory. But no, he never quite made it into the championship side, largely through injury as much as anything.
Baker to Abel. Short. That's pulled away by Abel. Safe, perfectly safe. There is a man out at deep square leg. And Abel moves on to 88, and now Somerset require 25 from here.
Object lesson in how to play the pull shot there.
Yes, I think 1 or 2 of his Somerset teammates will take note.
Archie Vaughan, take note.
Jez Walder says Hampshire have done well in this game, but do you foresee any changes in a couple of weeks? Difficult to tell at this stage. Here's Baker again. Leg ball. He's having a little fish at that one. That's just nipped away. That's a good delivery. They've got to give it everything at Lewis Gregory, because Abel's has matched everything that's come at him.
Wasn't a very good shot from Gregory, it has to be said. Again, that's what pace does.
Yeah. Jez says, could it be all for Albert? I don't think Albert's only going to get 1 game, and also he's got 40 and 20 in this game, so I don't think that
did very well in the first innings.
Curry for Jack, maybe, says Jez. I suppose that's a bit more likely, but even so. Let's worry about what's happening here at the moment. 262 for 6. Baker bowls. He's bowled him, and there's the breakthrough. The middle stump knocked out of the ground, and Gregory's resistance comes to an end, and it is 262 for 7. It's given Hampshire a lifeline.
Ooh, another twist in the tail. Just when Somerset looked to be crawling to victory. A terrific delivery from Sonny Baker, ripping out Lewis Gregory's middle stump.
That's nipped back as well, isn't it? Just watch that on the picture feed. Bowls, nip back. Yeah.
Good ball.
4 wickets for Sonny Baker.
Now, who have we got? I'm expecting.
Ogborne.
Is it Ogborne?
According to the picture feed, it is, and the scorecard, or the scoreboard.
Well, I did say to him last night, how would you be feeling if you have to come in with 20 runs needed and 8 wickets down? And he said, well, I was nervous enough the first time. Goodness knows what it would be like if that happens. And that's exactly what has happened.
So he walks out, and Sonny Baker has done it again. I'm sure 1 or 2 people are saying, why didn't Sonny Baker come on a little early? But to be fair to Kyle Abbott,
he was bowling very tight.
Very, very tightly indeed, which of course, if you're not taking wickets, that's That's the next best thing. But Sonny Baker, with his a bit of extra pace, got the ball through the defences, which up until then for Lewis Gregory had been pretty tight.
Yeah.
That partnership is broken, and Hampshire really needed that. That was 65-run partnership there, and Abel has featured in an 89-run partnership for the 4th wicket with James Rue, 48 for the 5th with Will Smead, and now 65 with Gregory.
Now, how is Tom Abel going to play this? The field is spread. To give him the single so that they can bowl at Ogbourne. It's Yusuf to Abel, who is going to take the single. So he's got confidence in Alfie Ogbourne. 263 for 7. Requirement goes down to 24. This is almost exactly the scenario I painted for Alfie. Now, let's see what he's made of with bat in hand. A confident young man. He waits now. And this is, he gets off the mark with a single down to wide third man. There's a tractor out there I can hear cheering on Alfie. Somerset's most vocal supporter and their best known supporter, follows them everywhere. 23 required, 264 for 7. Tom Abel on strike, field spread. Yusuf bowls, and Abel will again take the single down to long leg, 22 required. Moves on into the 90s, Tom Abel. I think, leaving aside county loyalties, it would be heartbreaking if Somerset don't win from here, given the innings that Tom Abel has played. It deserves to bring his county victory. Yusuf bowls to Ogbourne, who gets another single down to third man. Played that very well, just rode the bounce, just let it run off the face of the bat down to third man. Moves on to 2, 21 required.
I'm not sure about that far end at the moment. I'm just wondering if it might be worth a Liam Dawson back to support Sonny Baker.
Well, I think Ogbourne would sooner face medium pace than the spin of Dawson. That's pushed out into the offside. The field have closed in now with 1 ball of the over remaining. Yeah. Try and keep Abel down at that end. Temptation for Abel will be to try and hit a 4. This game could still go either way. Somerset have still got Jack Leach to come. Yusuf bowls, Abel defends, good ball. End of the over, 266 for 7, 90 to Tom Abel, 2 to Alfie Ogbourne. Somerset need 21.
Well, this is a big over here. Baker to Ogbourne. Very big over indeed. Roberto has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. This is only my 2nd time watching cricket ever, my first being Hampshire's win over Yorkshire last week. As a new fan, learning the ins and outs of cricket, can you explain the importance of the new ball? Well, just take it this game, because it's a very slow pitch. If the ball does do anything, and soft balls don't tend to do much at all, it does it slowly and it gives the batters a little time to adjust. With the new ball, it does it a little quicker, so if it's nipping off the seam, it goes a little quicker, meaning the batters have less time to react. Hence what happened the previous over of Sonny Baker's. And ideally, from Hampshire's point of view, could do with bowling another one of those as well. Here he is then, big over this one, as he's bowling to Alfie Ogbourne. Comes in and bowls. Ogborn plays that away, and they're going to take a single, even though it's half stopped by Scott Curry in the gully, and that brings Abel back on strike. Not entirely ideal.
Yeah, it's not as bad as it might have been. I was just about to say I was surprised they didn't have a third man in, because Ogborn nicks one through slips. They're going to have a third man. Well, the field is spread for Tom Abel.
So 20 runs needed, 267 for 7. Sun shining brightly here at the Utilita Bowl. Field scatters for Abel, but the slip is kept in. In comes Baker, past the umpire and bowls. Abel pushes forward, they'll take the single. 19 needed, and Abel moves on to 91. And Stephen Clark has emailed. He's normally early in the morning, but he was off to the Houses of Parliament today. He was telling me last night. Just got back on the coach after our tour of the Parliament, and I'm shocked to find what we haven't won yet. It's not over until it's over. Certainly another wicket now will make it very interesting indeed. 19 doesn't feel a lot at the moment. There's Baker into Ogborn, and Ogborn pushes forward, and that is down to third man, and there's the 4.
What did I say? I don't know why they don't post third men.
Thought he might have gone for the Yorker there, actually, Sonny Baker. So it's just 15 runs required now.
Was it Dave Allen said could be a tie?
He said that at about 10 past 11 this morning. Keeping the same field here, Hampshire. 272 for 7. Ogborn moves on to 7 off just 4 deliveries.
God, his heart must be beating in his chest.
Here's Baker. Bowls, there's the attempted Yorker, and that's a drive, and it's fielded at back with a point. Abel's halfway down, wants a single. Ogborn's not looking. Fortunately, Abel gets back relatively okay. That might have been a moment.
It's a good shot, that. Good piece of fielding as well.
Very nearly sneaked through. Still 15 needed though, and 7 wickets are down. Just that 1 wicket that's fallen since lunch. Lewis Gregory. 3 wickets before lunch. Baker takes his time here. Every ball crucial for both sides. Here's Baker in again. Bowls. Edge through to the keeper! Ogborn goes. 8th wicket goes down. And Somerset still need 15.
Well, just got a bit carried away there, I think, Alfie Ogborn. Going for glory, going for the big off drive. Getting the nick through to the keeper.
Well, at least it carried.
Certainly did.
Just watching that again on the picture feed, yeah, it just held its line. It invited the drive.
But the great consolation for Somerset cricket followers is that the man coming out to the crease will be Jack Leach, who, with Ben Stokes, produced one of the great last wicket partnerships in Test cricket's history, the greatest one not out. He's got 1 ball of this over to get through. Then Tom Abel will be on strike.
Sonny Baker's first 5 wicket haul of the season, beats his 4 for 45 in the first innings against Yorkshire last week. 5 wickets against his former team. So yeah,
showing them what they're missing.
Which I think was always his aim. It's always any ex-player's aim, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
So, well, that 15 just feels a little harder momentarily. That extra pace of Sonny Baker making
Makes
a bit
it
of a
difficult
difference.
for Tom Abel, doesn't it?
But it looks like he's always had the willingness to take the single, and I'm wondering if that would change. I don't think it will, because even a single, 2 or 3 singles, brings the score and the target down to not very much at all. Now, interestingly enough, with 1 ball left, part of the field scatters.
Well, I think they're offering Leach the single, aren't they?
Yeah. 2 slips in. They are offering them single. As long as it doesn't go towards the slip along the ground, there's a single just about everywhere. Yorker? Has to be, doesn't it? Here we go. Sonny Baker around the wicket to the left-handed Jack Leach. In, bowls, length ball, left alone. That's great carry through to Ben Brown, who looks up at the skies. I wonder just how close that really is, but a really good over. 5 for 56, Sonny Baker, from 15 overs, and at 272 for 8. 15 are needed.
Well, 2 very experienced Somerset cricketers out there. Confer in mid-pitch. 2 sons of Somerset, 2 Tauntonians.
Interesting, Kyle Abbott is back. Having Cody Youssef on at this situation just didn't quite feel right. As he bowled okay, but it has to be one of your top men. It either had to be Dawson or it had to be Abbott. I was going for Dawson, but they've gone for Abbott.
Tom Abel 140 games before this one for Somerset, so 141 now. Jack Leach 117 before today, 118 now. Kyle Abbott from the hotel end. Somerset need 15 for the win, 14 for the tie.
Dave Allen.
And the field is spread as Abbott is into Abel, plays it back to the bowler, calmly enough. Such a shame there aren't more people here to watch this. The stadium ought to be absolutely jam-packed.
Yeah, it should be 15,000 here.
Imagine what the atmosphere would be like then. Everyone on the edge of their seats. Is Tom Abel going to eke these runs out, or is he going to look to finish it quickly? He's going to take the single there. Reduces the requirement to 14, but it does mean that Jack Leach will be on strike.
Well, if there is to be a wicket in this over with Jack Leach facing, caught behind or caught in the slips.
Possibly clean bowled.
But
never underestimate the determination of Jack Leach. I mean, you know, you remember that partnership with...
Oh, 100%. Yeah, I know, 100%. But I mean, if I'm out there in the middle at the moment, I'm thinking most likely wicket, if we could take it, because you've got to believe you're going to take a wicket.
Oh, yeah.
For me, that's the most likely.
Here's Abbott then to Leach. He's in bowls, and Leach comes half forward, plays it quite calmly out into the offside.
That's a lot worse number 10s to come in this situation, no doubt about that.
Well, he's got the experience. That's the that's the important thing.
That's right. Don't get a rush of blood.
He's a phlegmatic character, is Jack Leach.
Are we allowed to add people watching on the stream at the moment to the crowd?
Yeah, how many have we got?
Because we're probably up to nearly 10,000.
Good Lord.
There you go.
And they're watching Kyle Abbott bowling to Jack Leach, who runs this wide of third slip down to third man boundary where Cody Youssef fields, and they take the single. 13 required.
Maybe not quite 10,000, but we're not far off. Plus a few on the BBC Sport website and app, of course. And those...
I'm sure that will take it well over 10,000.
Oh, massively. 13 needed, eh? Big chat going on out there. Ben Brown's run all the way up to the top of Abbott's mark to have a chat.
Anybody's game. They're going to What are they doing? They're going to
There's a few changes going on here.
fielders going everywhere. Only 2 balls left in the over.
Trying to keep Abel down this end.
Yes. Means they put the boundary at risk. Abbott is into Abel, drives it back to the bowler. Every ball being applauded now.
And this is a big delivery coming up. Need to keep Abel at this end. Needs to be a dot ball. 4's not ideal, but at least it would keep him at this end.
Somerset can't afford to lose a wicket. Jake Ball is not the best number 11 in the business. Abbott to Abel. He turns this away through the onside for 4 runs. Well, that was the risk that Hampshire took in bringing the field in to stop the single. They were putting the boundary at risk, and that is exactly what Tom Abel has taken them for. He moves on to 96, 278 for 8. The requirement now in single figures, just 9 runs more.
Well, it has to be a wicket in this over, really. Doesn't have to be, but it could do with it. We need a bit more drama.
I think we've had quite enough drama from today.
It's a good job we both got a week off here, Anthony.
Yeah, it certainly is.
I think I'll be lying down in a darkened room for the next couple of days.
As I was saying to Charlie, it's the drawn out tension that
It is, yeah.
takes it out of you.
T20, we'd be home and dusted by now.
Yeah.
Like we were a few years ago when we went down to Taunton. I was home before closing time. That was wasn't too much tension in that one.
No.
Right, 278 for 8. Here's Sonny Baker. 5 for 56. 9 to win. And he's in around the wicket to Jack Leach. Has to be this over. Comes in and bowls short, and he's having a little fence at that one. It goes through to Ben Brown, getting good carry. Might just be setting him up here a little bit. Hasn't quite got the Yorker out yet. 2 slips and a ring of fielders. There is a third man for Jack Leach. There is a fine leg for Jack Leach. He's on 1 not out, and Tom Abel, well, I'm sure he's already thinking winning runs, stroke 100 in the process. He's 96 not out at the non-striker's end. It's Leach to face the next delivery from Baker. Round the wicket, bowls, length ball left alone.
Needs to bowl on the stumps. Needs to get Leach playing.
2 balls gone of this over. Potentially 4 balls left to bowl at Leach. Because then what do Hampshire do then? If I suppose they would give Abel the strike, or allow him to get 1 of the first ball of the next over. Oh yeah, don't leave it too much longer. Only 9 are needed. Here comes Baker. Running in again and bowls. Full delivery, worked on the leg side, but straight to a fielder. Score remains on 278 for 8. There's a few emails coming in. You'll understand if I'm not coming to some of them at the moment, because this is a little too dramatic at the moment. So what are we now? It's nearly just after 3:05 on day 4. Probably about as far into the game, or day 4, as I think we possibly thought we'd go. Baker in again to Leach, length ball. Leach off the back foot, cracks that away. That'll be 4, I think. Hasn't quite reached the rope. It has now. And now it's just 5 for Somerset to win.
Right. Well, when Somerset needed 3 to win against Yorkshire, dear old Dave Callaghan handed me the microphone and said, "You better take it over." And Somerset had 1 wicket in hand. Next ball, there was a wicket. Here's Baker into Leach, who gets in behind a defensive shot out into the offside, and there's no run. One ball remains in the over. Leach's job is to stay at that end to give Tom Abell the strike. The boundary now would level the scores. They're offering Leach the single. 2 slips and everybody else out on the boundary. Sonny Baker then to Jack Leach. He comes sprinting in, he's there and bowls, and Leach drives and gets an edge down to third man and takes the single. 283 for 8. Just 4 runs are needed now. Somerset with 2 wickets in hand. But Jack Leach will be on strike for the first ball of the next over, which is going to be bowled by Kyle Abbott. I would be tempted to bring Liam Dawson back in and make the batsman, you know, take the initiative.
Yeah, but I think you've got to weigh up the options here, haven't you? You've obviously got to take a wicket now. I mean, I still think the most likely option of the wicket is an edge from Leach, but whether it happens or not, we'll have to wait and see.
Here we go. Abbott to Leach. 4 needed. Leach defends.
Yeah, it's got to happen. It's got to happen pretty quick. Or at the very least keep Abell away from the strike as long as possible and give yourself more chances of bowling at Leach. But so far he's doing a good job.
Well, as I said, he's a very level-headed character, Jack Leach, and he's been in this sort of situation before. 4 needed. Abbott to Leach. Again, making it look the easiest thing in the world just to play that out to Gubbins at extra cover. Somerset starting this morning, they needed 148 at the start of play. They lost James Rue early on. Decent partnership then between Tom Abell and Will Smead. Smead playing a loose shot, getting caught at point as Abbott is into Leach. 4 needed. And Leach again defends. Overton decided to give Liam Dawson the charge, missed and had his off stump pegged back, and then a very good partnership between Lewis Gregory and Tom Abell. They added 65 for the 8th wicket and looked to be carrying Somerset to victory before Sonny Baker stepped in and knocked out Lewis Gregory's middle stump. Since then, Alfie Ogborn has come and gone, and here we are with 4 needed. Abbott to Leach outside the off stump. Leach lets that go through to the wicketkeeper. That's the 4th ball of the over. Leach has got 2 balls to survive, and then Tom Abell, who's on 96, will be on strike.
Well, the most obvious thing here, if there's no wicket in this over, is that you give Abell a single, push everybody back on the boundary, and then at least you have a few more goes at Leach next over, but time is running out.
Abbott to Leach. He's in, bowls, and Leach gets an edge on that, but it goes straight to Ben Mays on the bounce at 3rd slip. That had gone between the 2 slips. There is a 3rd man, so it wouldn't have been the game.
Wasn't quite what I was thinking, but I can see it from a Somerset point of view.
What, you think you might get caught at?
Well, I was thinking it's an edge, you know,
yeah.
hoping those carry, don't you?
So last ball of the over. Somerset need 4. Abbott to Leach. And this again is just, that was played quite deliberately with an open face by Jack Leach. It's fielded by Ben Mays at 3rd slip. It's a maiden over. And Somerset still need 4. But Tom Abell will be on strike. 1 blow would take Somerset home.
Yeah, well, it's got to be everybody at the boundary. Give Abel one. They're having a chat now in the middle, obviously talking about things, how they see these last few runs being eked out. But you've got to give Abel the strike. He's played too well today. It's going to take something special to get rid of him. And then you have a few more deliveries at Jack Leach and just hope that this time around something works.
Two Tauntonians talking in mid-pitch. We've got a slip. Everybody else, well, mid-off and mid-on, only sort of halfway back. Sonny Baker then to Tom Abel. Somerset need 4. Baker is in bowls, and this is down the leg side, and it's running away, and it won't run away down to the boundary. Half stopped by Ben Brown. No run is taken, so still 4 runs are needed. It's a loose delivery from Sonny Baker.
That could have been quite easily whipped away for a boundary, couldn't it?
Yes, that's exactly what Tom Abel is thinking. He's on 96 from 223 deliveries. Real marathon effort. Baker to Abel. Digs this one out, and they won't take the single. Up to Kyle Abbott. Waiting for his opportunity to score the boundary that Somerset need. He'll have plenty of confidence in Jack Leach at the other end. These two have played so much cricket together. 141 games for Somerset for Tom Abel, 118 for Jack Leach. But rarely have they been in such a tense situation as now, with just 4 runs needed as Baker is in. A bowls a full toss, which is turned away out to deep mid-wicket, but he didn't get enough on it to find the gap between the 2 fielders, so again they don't take the run.
Well, it looks to me as though he's either angling for the last ball or so where everybody comes in and the opportunity of a boundary, or he's literally saying, well, I'll take the single this over and I'll face most of the next over, and then there's hardly any difference between the 2 sides and we should be home and dry. Interesting he hasn't taken the single.
3 balls remain in the over. Somerset need 4. Sonny Baker to Tom Abel. He's in bowls, and Abel plays this up to deepish mid-on. I think it's the former of those 2 scenarios that you've just outlined that he's got in mind, with the field coming in now, with 2 balls of the over remaining. Ben Brown having a chat with his bowler.
I think I keep the field the same for this ball. Big chat now between the big players at Hampshire. Dawson, Abbott, Brown, Sonny Baker in there as well. What do they do?
What would you do?
Play. I would keep the same field for another ball. I mean, even if it's given Abel a single, still keeps you in the game. At least you get a ball at Jack Leach. I think if you bring all the field in and you get it slightly wrong, the way Abel's playing, gives him 4 runs. No doubt that he deserves a century as well, but that's it, you're out the game at the end of the over.
Well, Ben Brown is going back to take up his position behind the stumps. The decision, whatever it is, has been taken.
Keep it the same.
2 balls remain in the over. I doubt there'll be a more tense finish to a county championship game this season. Baker then to Abel. 4 needed. He's in and bowls. And Abel doesn't take the single that was on offer up to Kyle Abbott. So there is just 1 ball now remaining in the over. And the field will have to converge because they can't allow Abel a single. But it does bring that, well, it's not.
You can't bring everybody in.
You can't, no.
I'm surprised he didn't take a single there, I must admit. If he's got confidence in Jack Leach, 1 ball, and then he's facing at the start of the next one.
slip is coming out to go to mid-wicket. We've got 3 on the boundary on the onside. We've got a third man. Goodness me, this is tense.
See, if he doesn't get a single here, then he's potentially exposing Leach to 6 balls from Abbott, which, you know, which then shows a different level of confidence in his partner.
Right, all is finally set. The sun is out. Sonny Baker hops, skip and a jump. He's up to the wicket and bowls to Abel. Full toss, which is turned away out to deep mid-wicket, so Tom Abel will keep the strike. Somerset need now just 3 runs at 284 for 8, and Tom Abel is on 97.
Well, that was almost a perfect outcome, wasn't it, for Tom Abel there? Well, the perfect outcome would have been a boundary, but he's got the single and he's got the strike.
And he will be facing, is it Liam Dawson coming in? No, it's going to be Kyle Abbott. Liam Dawson is there, just having a chat with Kyle Abbott, but Abbott is going to do the bowling.
Well, it's got to be pretty soon now for Hampshire. I'm not sure there's too much time left.
It's now or never.
Interesting whether Abel will take a single early on in this over. Lots of chats going on out there.
Well, he doesn't want to go for glory and lose his wicket and expose Jake Ball. Here comes Abbott. Somerset need 3. It's bowling to Abel. Drives this away through the onside for 4 runs, and Somerset have won a famous victory here at the Utilita Bowl. It's 100 for Tom Abel, 101 not out, and Somerset have beaten Hampshire by 2 wickets in an absolutely thrilling finish to a great game of cricket.
Well, it's hardly disappointed today, is it? We've all rocked up this morning saying this is going to be a good final day, and it's turned into that. And probably fitting right at the end, Tom Abel getting 100 and the winning runs. I don't think too many people can begrudge him that. He's been absolutely superb today, and he was the one man standing between Somerset and a Hampshire victory. He's played absolutely superbly. He hasn't put a foot wrong all day, and he's manoeuvred the end of that innings, which could have been potentially tricky. And a 2-wicket win, I have to say, in this situation is probably about as good as Somerset could have hoped for.
Yeah, terrific innings from one of the nicest men in cricket in, well, I was going to say in this country, in the world probably. And he worked so hard for that. 101 from 229 deliveries with just 8 fours. It was an exercise in determination, application, grit, superb technique, because it wasn't an easy wicket on which to score runs against a very good Hampshire attack. And the 2 Tauntonians just having a chat, congratulating each other. Jack Leach playing his part as well. Somerset will take 20 points from this game, 16 for the win, 3 bowling points and a batting point. Hampshire 3 bowling points, which means that Somerset will stay top of the first division table, and they will now have 54 points from their first 3 games, which takes them comfortably top of the first division table. But what a game of cricket. It swung Somerset's first day, Hampshire's second day. Somerset came right back into it yesterday lunchtime, when Hampshire were 265 for 4, 215 runs ahead. It's hard to envisage a Somerset win, but they took those wickets. Top class bowling yesterday, and some very, very determined batting last night and again here today.
Yeah, the afternoon session set Somerset up with Archie Vaughan first and then Lewis Gregory, that wonderful spell of 4 for 5, and it really meant that Hampshire, rather than setting around 350, only set 287. And when you look how close the game was, then I think you can see where things changed for Hampshire. Yeah, good game cricket, and hope you enjoyed it. We've enjoyed it. Sorry for some of the emails that we didn't read out at the end. There's been a few, and I'm sure you can understand that with the game being so tense, it was probably important that we focused on events out there in the middle. But thank you over the 4 days for all the emails, and there's been lots as well. Thank you, Charlie Harden, for the last couple of days. Simon Hughes, day 2. Michael Carberry, day 1. As always, thank you very much, Anthony
Always
Gibson.
a pleasure, Kev.
See you down in Taunton for the double header.
Looking forward to it.
At the end of May, and that's always a tough trip as well. Oh gosh. Anyway, so, right, we leave you with news that Somerset have won a pulsating final day, and they've won this game overall by 2 wickets. Thank you very much for watching and listening.